Good morning, everyone. Is this working? I can sort of hear it, but okay. If everyone could take a seat. I'm impressed how many people made it through the sloggy, hot weather to join us in person today. I know there's also a lot of people on the webcast, watching on the webcast. My name is Lisa Hone. I'm the Deputy Bureau Chief for the Wireline Competition Bureau. And on our behalf of the Bureau, I'd like to welcome you all to this summit. I have the easy job of telling you the bathrooms are back that way. We will have breaks, but as you all know from coming in the building, it takes a little time to come in and out of the building. So particularly if you leave for lunch, give yourself plenty of time to get back. And I have been told that there are restaurant lists over there somewhere. But the easiest and quickest places to go for lunch will be just down to the wharf, which is lovely if you haven't been there yet. They've been opening places over the last year, and it's quite nice, but just as hot down there. And right next door to the Capitol Cafe, or upstairs to the Capitol Cafe, and next door to the sandwich shop. We have a jam-packed day ahead of us. With presentations by experts, panels by experts. I'd like to thank all of our panelists and presenters from industry, from manufacturers, from analytics companies, consumer groups. I'm sure I've forgotten some groups, but thank you all so very much for participating. To handle questions, we'll take questions by email. If you have a program, you can see the email address at the bottom of the second page, livequestions@fcc.gov. And if we have time for those questions, because these are big panels, we will hand those to the moderators, who will then ask questions of the panelists. And that way, people in the room and people watching on the webcast will have equal opportunity to send in questions. And apologies if we don't get to them all. As I said, these are very large panels. So without further ado, I'm going to kick it off to my boss, the Chief of the Wireline Competition Bureau, Chris Monteith.
Thank you very much, Lisa, and welcome to all of our guests and to all of our panelists. Thank you very much for participating in this important summit. As Lisa said, we have a jam-packed day. This is a very important topic, not only for industry, but for consumers, obviously. Before we kick off panel number one, we thought it might be appropriate to lay the groundwork for those who aren't as familiar with the shake and stir protocols or standards, to just give you a basic 101 on what we're talking about today. And to do that, we are pleased to have Chris Wendt, who is the Director of Technical Research and Development for IP Communications Comcast, and more importantly, one of the co-authors of Shake and Stir. Chris, kick it to you.
It's really a pleasure to be here today. It's been a busy couple of years that we've been working on this, and it is such an important issue, and I'm glad to see it's really gotten to this point. And on behalf of all the folks that worked on the standards and all of the associated parts of it, it's really been a privilege. Are my slides up? There we go. So yeah, like Chris said, I'm here to try to provide an introduction. My name's Chris Wendt. I am co-author of some of the standards and both the shaken part and the stirred part of the standards. I'm also co-chair of the IP&NI task force. I'm co-chair of the newly formed STIGA technical committee, and I've done a lot of things around all these standards. So why don't we go, I guess I'm in control here. Oop. So I thought I'd start off with talking about some of the goals that we had with Shake and Stir. Ultimately, there's a bunch of protocols and technical bits that we have assembled that are for authenticating and verifying the telephone identity, the telephone number that goes from, the calling party to the called party. But beyond the protocol and what really forms shaken part of the specification, we have, because telephone numbers are an important resource, obviously there's policies associated with them. We want to protect them. Enforcing those policies as well as enforcing the proper usage of those telephone numbers is an important part of the specification. So if I sort of break down STIR and Shaken, STIR is the working group in IETF. IETF is an international standards organization. The IETF primarily deals with all the IP protocols on the internet. SIP, which is the protocol for VoIP telephone networks, was also invented in IETF. That STIR forms all the core protocols and all the certificate and crypto frameworks that are part of STIR and Shaken. In Shaken, we took that for the US and North America and the North American numbering plan, and we wrapped it with all of the governance and policy. We wrapped it with all the rules around how we set up the PKI, the certificate infrastructure, the trust anchor that's associated with that, who manages that, and all the rules that go along with building all these technical bits into the existing telephone industry. So, the things you might hear about with the governance the governance authority, the STIGA, there's a policy administrator. Those things have been set up. They interface into things that are in the network, in the telephone networks, and individual service providers. The authentication, the verification, the certificate authorities, all those parts are defined within the Shaken framework. I also wanted to sort of clear up, people are confused. We've sort of said things like, there isn't just one silver bullet to solve this problem, and that's absolutely true. But I think, ever since the Robocall strike force, we've sort of shown that, this standards approach is something that's our strategic part, the strategic part of what we want to incorporate into the telephone network. It's the thing that we want. We call it a framework because we're sort of building the house. We're building the structure right now, and as we evolve, as we identify the bad actors, as we figure out how to solve all of the different call use cases and scenarios, we can integrate those tools into this framework. So. Shaken STIR, fundamentally, it's all about protecting and trusting the telephone identity. You're not going to be able to determine from STIR Shaken whether the call is illegitimate or legitimate, or what the intent of the call is, or what the content of the call is. That's a hard thing in general. That's why we look to analytics and other tools for those things. But at the end of the day, Shaken STIR is going to be a core tool. We have upcoming tools that we can integrate to help those things. And end-to-end trust is always going to be ultimately what helps protect the telephone network. So where are we in terms of Shaken STIR? 2019 is obviously an important year, both technology-wise and regulatory-wise and legislative-wise, as most of the people in the room probably very well know. The most important thing is, from a technical point of view, we've gotten from the baseline specifications complete, and in the last 1 or 2 years, people have been busy working on the implementations, and there's been announcements. Comcast has made announcements of production network deployment, as have others. A big thing, we had a Nancy CATA working group, Call Authentication Trust Anchor working group, that set officially all the rules around setting up the governance and policy administration. That has happened. The industry has come together. and formed the GA. Recently, the PA was announced as well. And we're completely on track for those things. I think Brent will talk about those, and Linda as well. And like I said, we've been interoperating and working together. You know, it's not just single companies working in isolation. We've been working together as an industry, doing interoperability tests and getting end-to-end calls, and it's been great progress there as well. We do have, I guess I need my slides up. We do have some things pending, of course. You know, I don't think you know, it's not just set up call authentication and go home. There is more to do. Like I said before, we're building the framework. We're filling in the gaps. One big thing that we're talking about now in Shake and Stir is how we solve the enterprise and business use cases. So some of the, we've solved a lot of the direct caller A to caller B use cases, but there's a lot of calls out there where they do intentional spoofing, legitimate spoofing. We want to make sure there's trust in those call scenarios, so that's a big thing. Shake and Stir at the end of the day is a VoIP protocol based on SIP. So that implies IP to IP interconnection. That's obviously incentivizing those, and you know, it's already a big part of the telephone network in the US, but just continuing to make sure that that grows so we get you know, as close to 100% coverage of signed calls as possible. That definitely is something we want to push forward. There's been a lot of discussion in the industry about display. How do we show these things to the consumer? How do we show positive validation? How do we show them that it's potential illegitimate calls? How do we block those calls? Those are topics that are ongoing, and there's been very good discussion about them. But we want to make sure we're very consistent. We want to make sure consumers are not confused. We want to make sure, you know, we educate consumers to know what to expect when they get some of these indicators. So that's a very important topic going forward. And like I'll reemphasize, you know, this is a continuing effort, so we want to make sure, like, if, you know, the bad actors find holes or find alternative ways to get to the consumer, we're on top of it, and, you know, we're committed to do that as an industry. So again, I want to thank for the opportunity to give the introduction, and I guess we'll go to the panel.
Thank you very much, Chris. I think that was very helpful in sort of setting the foundation for where we are today. So turning to our panelists, I'd like to start by just asking each of you to take just a few minutes and tell us about the success your company has had so far in deploying Shake and Stir and where you expect to be by the end of 2019. So Alex, if we could start with you, that'd be great.
Absolutely. At first, I wanted to take this opportunity to thank FCC for taking the lead on this. Again, it's a very important topic for our consumers and us on this side of the aisle. What we've been able to accomplish this year has been to work with our partners across the industry and set the foundation for implementing the framework as has been guided by FCC to be able to sign these calls by the end of 2019, and that's what we're working towards. We have successfully been able to upgrade the code of our core SBCs, session border controllers, which will service all of inbound and outbound call for all lines of business that comes through our network. And we've been able to test that against all of our customizations and solutions that we currently provide to any of the lines of business that we provide service to successfully. And we're very close to this week or next week to start testing the signing with our partners that we have scheduled on the upcoming days.
Great, thank you, Alex. Kathleen, would you take a couple minutes, please?
Thank you. Okay. So as you know, T-Mobile joined the strike force back in 2016 when that came to be. And at the same time, we were also working on a whole comprehensive suite of call protection for our consumers. So over the time, we were able to launch our call protection, our network-based solutions for what we have called Scam Likely, providing that visibility to our customers on any access, any device in our network, to add some security when they're answering the calls, which helped us create the framework for the shaken structure. So we started that in 2017, and in 2018, we announced we were the first to be ready. We were network ready, fully deployed, just waiting for someone to test or to launch with us. We're in various stages of testing with several of the panelists here today. And in January of 2019, we were able to have our first device that would support the shaken display of Veristat. So we launched that for our own customers. And then, as you know, we launched with Comcast later in the quarter. And so we have that going today, and we're continuing to build on the amount of subscribers that are covered. And as we get through our testing with the rest of the carriers, we plan to launch more devices and more partners throughout the year. And now that the PA has been announced, we have also already built into our solution how to have the protocols in place to deal with an external CA/PA once that is decided.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff?
So firstly, thank you for the opportunity to talk today and for hosting us. And on behalf of all of the Verizon planners and operations teams and maintenance teams and regulators, we're thrilled to report on our progress related to Stir Shaken. I'll summarize what we've done in 3 bullets. So firstly, we laid a great groundwork for tools putting into users' hands ahead of Stir Shaken related to notification and tool sets to combat these types of calls for both our wireline and our wireless infrastructure. But since we asked the question about what did 2019 look like, 2019 looked like 3 major areas. The first one is we've deployed on our secure cloud platform the capabilities for Stir and Shaken in our network so that we are ready across our infrastructure. Number 2 are the upgrades to our infrastructure, as described similarly to Alex, to be able to interact with our network and our customers in the right way for it. And then number 3 was engaging with everyone on the panel and more to be in a status of either design, implementation, or production implementation. So we have production implementation in 2 areas, both with carriers represented up here, as well as the fact that a Verizon to Verizon call today takes advantage of Stir Shaken for our voice over LTE to voice over LTE on all of our calls today, and discernible and making better decisions on our tool sets. So we look forward to completing out 2019 and then continuing the evolutions that Chris talked about going into 2020.
Great, thank you, Jeff. Scott?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. As you're aware, Bandwidth is a wholesale provider directly powering a number of innovative cloud-based communications platforms and devices from companies like Amazon, Microsoft, and Google. Over the past 9 years, we've grown to power more than 65 million North American telephone numbers and carried more than 500,000 concurrent calls. Today, we are actively blocking all known bad annies for outbound calls on our network. Bandwidth has been actively engaged in developing the Stir Shaken framework and will continue to drive the evolution to support wholesale services so that innovative companies offering cloud-based services like Google, Microsoft, and Amazon have an avenue to sign calls they originate with full attestation and utilize providers of their choice for both origination and termination services. Today, we are in active development building our solution to sign and verify calls that are utilizing the Shaken framework. In addition to this, we are working with several of our peer carrier partners and many of the folks on this panel and having weekly calls to talk through interoperability specifications as well as strategies on how we will roll out this new capability into our network in a phased approach without negatively impacting existing good traffic on all of our networks. By the end of 2019, we expect to have a full Shaken implementation deployed in our network, ready to send and receive signed calls via the Shaken framework. Given the wholesale model of our business and some of the customers we support, We hope to sign all calls originated by our customers and users, regardless of whether the calling party number is a bandwidth number or not. Some of these services include things like cloud-based telephony platforms like Skype for Business, smart home speaker applications, school notifications, prescription notifications, calls originated by 800 numbers, call analytics applications, and mobile apps on smartphones.
Thank you very much. Linda?
Thank you. I wanted to say AT&T has also been very involved in the standards development, and in fact, Martin Dolly of AT&T is the other co-chair of the standards development and the current standards activity that's going on right now. For AT&T's implementation, 100% of our VoLTE and consumer VoIP calls originating on AT&T's network are authenticated now. We expect that nearly all of our calls by the end of the year will be authenticated, originating on our IP networks will be authenticated. This will include FirstNet as well as our prepaid, which includes Cricket. We are exchanging traffic with one other service provider, and we'll be exchanging signed traffic with a second service provider by next month. And we're testing with a third service provider and preparing to test with others as they become ready to do the testing. The industry-led Governance Authority Board has a very aggressive schedule. We are meeting that schedule to get the process in place so that we can exchange the authenticated traffic on a much broader scale as more come in to the and are ready. The governance authority is in place now. The policy administrator has been identified as in the process of becoming operational. We will be ready to, we will have the interfaces in place, and we'll have done the testing to exchange the authenticated traffic through the governance authority by the end of the year as well. Additionally, the Shake and Stir information is now, it will be used by the end of the year in our Call Protect service to have better information to provide to customers. We've started passing that information, and we'll start to see that information being used in the information that's provided to customers in the near future.
Chris?
Thanks again for the opportunity to come. Comcast has been, pretty public about our progress. Our partner in the standardship with AT&T, sort of pioneering some of those things, has been a great relationship as well. We've fully deployed Stir Shaken in our residential networks, and all calls are being signed and verified. We're continuing to make progress across the other businesses in our network, and have been busy in the standards trying to finalize those things. We, as a wireline provider, we've been trying to come up with display and other techniques for how we indicate to the consumer. We have various tools that consumers can use in the network to control the spam in the network, and look forward to utilizing some of the tools that are being developed on an ongoing basis. And in regard to interop, we've been we've made public announcements with AT&T and T-Mobile. We are in interop testing with another handful of providers as well. So that has been going very well. And in terms of the PA, we are committed to be one of the first service providers to do some of the acceptance tests as participants in the governance authority. So that will be ready once that's available.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Matt?
Yeah, it's fantastic. It sounds like a lot of you have made great strides in deploying Shake and Stir. Really great to hear. I'm sure it wasn't always easy to do this, right? And so in the process of deploying this in your network, what challenges, technical or otherwise, did you face in the process of deployment? And in particular, I think we're interested in that from the angle of, what advice or lessons do you have for folks who are maybe in the early stages of Shake and Stir deployment? Maybe Kathleen, could you start that one off?
Sure. I think for us, one of the biggest challenges early on was we didn't really have many people to test with, right? So what was beneficial for us is taking advantage of the ADIS Trust Lab. Doing a lot of the validation there helped us learn some of the basic functionality. They were able to give us some negative test cases so we could do manipulation and see how things would actually work in the real world. I think a little bit, too, is the standards were just evolving, trying to interpret that and understand where we needed to be, getting all that right. So I think at this point, for advice for people who are just getting started, definitely take advantage of the lab. You can learn an awful lot with that. It's a good idea to start, too, with the validation on your own network, just everything on net. And you can learn from that before you start working as an interop. And just make sure you pay attention to the standards and follow the bodies and reach out to your partners like us. We're ready to test with anybody who's capable and willing to help.
Great, thanks.
Jeff, did you
Yeah.
want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll echo the concept of standards are always good, and I'm kind of a geeky standards guy to begin with. But the most successful thing that we had through our testing process was taking the standards and moving it up a level and talking like real humans talk between us as we set the expectation for our testing. And so it was really simple wording that just says, in the first phases, we're going to prove that we don't break each other's network. In the next phase, we're going to make sure that we expect that calls should be signed and that we're moving on a path towards requiring it to be through our large interconnections. And those types of rules of the road and operating that set some boundaries for what we would do through the testing. It allowed us to focus on the things that were most important. So if you're wondering what to do to start. That's the best advice that I can give you guys. And then the second one would be focus on those to where attestation, that's the official word that we give it for the type of signing that we do, you focus on those that are most impactful. I want to encourage people to say, I've got to do something in Stir Shake, and let me just throw the lowest level of attestation on everything, and that's going to make everybody happy. I would just encourage you that we are being, at least at Verizon, very mindful and thoughtful about how and what we sign with what attestation, leaning in with attestation A as our leader, rather than polluting the B side. So I know that's going to come up, but at least those are the guiding principles that we've used in our space and where to start.
Others want to add in?
I would say the Shaken framework is just that, it's a framework. It's not necessarily a standard. So as we've been talking and working with other carrier partners, we've noticed there's slightly different interpretations and slightly different rollout strategies and plans. But as Jeff mentioned, I think the main thing is to roll things out in a slow, methodical way. Not to get too geeked out, but we're starting to add a lot of information to the SIP protocol, and we're getting larger and larger packets that could cause problems within networks and through equipment. So it's just doing that in a slow, methodical way. Don't implement Shaken and start immediately blocking calls or labeling calls. Do some analytics, exchange information amongst your partners. I think that's critical. As Chris mentioned as well previously, this framework works in an IP environment. So continuing to foster IP connectivity amongst carriers is going to definitely be helpful in the adoption of the Shaken standard. And the other piece that we're still working on, a number of us are working on, is just a means to delegate authority for signing of calls to those who are not service providers. So right now it's kind of a service provider framework where service providers will be signing the calls. And we're continuing to work on the standards and figure out a means of delegation so that large enterprises can sign their own calls and use originating and terminating providers of their choice. But that's as Chris had mentioned previously, that's some of the additional evolution of the standards that are going on.
As I was listening to all the comments that were made, I'm thinking, well, darn, everybody's stealing what I was going to say. But that also, it also, I started thinking about, this is one issue in all the years I've worked for AT&T. This is one issue people can come together and work together and agree. And so that is kind of one of the key learnings. Once we started working together and talking about solutions together, we started really, I think, coming up with some things that are going to make an impact, that are making an impact right now. And so that's the other advice I would give to people who are just thinking about starting. Work with us, work with each other, make sure that we do this as a whole industry. And
Yeah, I would wholeheartedly agree with that, and just to expand and maybe advertise, definitely there's great communities out there, both in IPN and iTask Force, in the Civ Forum. There's great communities talking about things, sharing experiences, talking about issues. So get involved now if you haven't already. It's a great community of experts. Everybody's very open and willing to share their experience. So definitely encourage people to do that.
Absolutely. I just wanted to comment and agree with all the panelists. And one of the things that is important is you don't have to reinvent the wheel. There are a lot of partners that have been working on this for years, and a lot of good lessons to be learned. And with collaboration, I think you can overcome a lot of challenges early on, but start now because it's getting too late. So if you haven't.
So I'm going to pick up on a thread that I'm hearing a lot here that has to do with collaboration and with interoperability. Maybe Linda, you could start this one off, but can you talk about the extent to which you've done testing, any lessons you've learned in the process of testing?
Sure. And the testing, it was interesting, and like was mentioned before, the test bed was invaluable. It gave us the opportunity for a couple of things. One, we don't build our network to send bad traffic. So with Newstar's test bed, with Addis's test bed run by Newstar was able to develop a process where they could send us bad calls, and so we could test our network to see what happens and make sure it works. Then the next step would be the lab testing with other service providers. Once we get through the lab testing, going to the network testing. By going through all those steps, I think the process really went smoothly. We found a couple of things because, we might implement the standards slightly differently, and we've been able to work through those. So do as much testing as possible. It's very effective, and then you'll be ready to effectively exchange traffic when you're going live.
So if you're just getting into deployment or implementation and you want to do testing, many of you have mentioned the Addis test bed. How do you find partners to test with? Through the Addis test bed?
The Addis test bed is basically you're partnering with Newstar, who is exchanging calls. So you don't need to have a partner yet. Mm-hmm. That's just the initial, does my network work?
And so what's the evolution from there?
Then I guess I would reach out to those who are already deploying Shake and Stir and start talking with them to what do we have to do to start testing, what do we have to do to our network to be ready.
As we have. So again, we have reached out to our partners. We have a schedule in the near future of the window that we want to do testing with them. But again, doing the test bed is very important, is very crucial. As Jeff mentioned earlier, we want to make sure that we do everything in our power and not to impact our production network, because our clients depend on us to deliver their calls, and that's our number one priority. So as much testing as can be done, and also collaboration again. including all the panelists that they're sitting here and all the other partners within the industry, I have yet to approach anybody and getting the rejection that they're not willing to help. I think everybody is in it together, and like Chris mentioned earlier, it's an ongoing learning. So, and we better find out all the challenges in the test bed and the test environment rather than the production network.
I think that I want to add something that it's not real clear-cut of how you can find each other, but, you know, being in industry, we know each other, a lot of us, right? And I think the ADIS forum is definitely beneficial. Some of the communications with the GA and the technical committee, you make these relationships. We have, and for example, a Bandwidth came to us in a couple different avenues. They came in through our representative in the GA. They also came through marketing. So there's no real clear, defined way to find each other, but it can happen. But that's, I think, something, like I said, encouraging the small ones when they need to start testing. If you work with the ADIS Test Lab, they can also introduce you to those partners if you don't necessarily have those relationships today, and let you know, those of us like T-Mobile that came out and are launched and ready to test with you, can pave the way for those relationships.
And I'd add, just going back to those best practices, so we've learned a lot of things through that. Sometimes standard protocols don't act standard, so every one of those go back into our test plan. So as we partner up with folks, that test plan becomes part of the communication that you've got, complete transparency between those, and then that best practices thing. So you're not necessarily starting from ground zero, that you're beginning to implement across that space. The other encouragement that I would give folks is related to your tools and visibility in the network. So from an operational perspective, making sure that you're ready and caring for that, not only during the activation, but also in your productized and delivery in the network side.
The other piece I would add is just the initial focus should be obviously use the New Start test bed, roll it out internally on your network, just make sure nothing breaks on your network, and then look to places where you're directly peered with the carrier and you're exchanging traffic directly, so there's not additional hops in between to add more complexity. So start where you have that relationship directly with the carrier, exchange traffic, build upon those, and then work to introduce additional parties in between.
And I just wanted to build on something Kathleen said about the governance authority. The board is made up of a broad range of service providers, and it was actually started with 12 associations representing a wide range of service providers in the ecosystem. And if you have no idea where to start with your association, because they'll know who to reach out to.
Good advice.
So Scott, I want to go back to something that you said in your opening remarks about your concern about whether certain traffic, such as calls from enterprise customers, might receive different levels of attestation and then different treatment by carriers. Can you maybe unpack that one a little bit for our audience, and then talk about what you see as possible solutions, and maybe hear from other folks in the panel as well?
Yeah, so the initial focus, I think, for a number of the providers has been on the retail-like or services where they have a direct relationship with their end user. Bandwidth is a little bit uniquely situated in the fact that we're a wholesale partner and we're powering other solutions like Microsoft Skype for Business, where they have the relationship with the end user, and they may source telephone numbers from a number of providers. So they may source telephone numbers from Comcast or AT&T or Bandwidth. And they also utilize a number of termination partners to send their calls. So they have scenarios they're going to originate a call with a Bandwidth telephone number, and they may send it out a Verizon termination product. And we want to make sure and ensure that that call can be represented with the same level of attestation that a call from a retail end user with a handset that has a relationship directly with the carrier. That's one aspect of it. The other aspect is a means of delegation. There's been a number of different proposals, TN-POP, certificate delegation, lemon twist. There's still a lot of work going on there, but we need to find a means to delegate authority to those that are not service providers to be able to sign calls and be able to provide that same full level of attestation for their end users.
I could comment about some of those things. Yeah. So in the standards, we've had lots of discussions. In this forum, it's hard to talk in too much detail about some of these call scenarios because they do get quite complex, and that's, part of the issue, but that's where we are in the network because we've sort of innovated and done a lot of positive things in the telephone network, but it's enabled a lot of bad actors as well. So I think part of the effort is a technology effort where we put the tools in place, and there is quite a number of proposals like certificate delegation and other techniques. The other thing is policy, customer agreements, making sure that we're doing the right things and supporting the customers to do legitimate things and not do illegitimate things. But at the end of the day, the vision that we've been trying to do, at least from certificate delegation, which is something that I've been involved with, is continue the end-to-end trust even when there's an indirect relationship. And to me, I'd rather side more on the side of more trust than less trust. So we've been advocating that technique. But again, people are in various places and how they manage their networks. So we're trying to figure out some common tools that we can use. It doesn't have to necessarily be only one tool. But at the end of the day, from a strategic point of view, utilizing this thing we've created in terms of PKI and a trust anchor, we should try to extend that as far as possible so that, an enterprise that legitimately wants to call a customer and get that call picked up, that we should have a framework that supports that. So.
Others want to?
I'll echo, oh, I'm sorry, Linda, go ahead.
go ahead.
I was going to echo what Linda said earlier, which is it's interesting that this topic across service providers ends up being something that people lean into. And I'll say the same thing with our legitimate enterprise customers that originate. Every one of them is saying, how do I participate? How can I make sure my calls have the highest probability of being answered? That's a good problem to have in terms of it. You're not necessarily fighting upstream. So we've got some innovative solutions aligned with some of the standards work that's going on in place to allow legitimate enterprises to sign those calls in a way that's meaningful and impactful. And again, I'll just echo that I think taking those enterprises and signing something that says, hey, I satisfied stir shaken, doesn't really move the ball forward. That doing that hard work that we've discussed of making sure that you can do so with the highest level of attestation, that's the conversation we're leaning into with both our enterprises and consumers.
Absolutely, I wanted to echo what Jeff just said, absolutely. And the reason is the whole purpose of doing this and all the effort the industry is doing and the FCC is leading is to bring trust back to our end users. And we got to be careful with that fine line. If we will go in with some loose evaluation, then now we're jeopardizing that trust that we're trying to put in place. So it's very important to make sure that we are not crossing that fine line.
Yeah, and I think we're looking at a lot of other potential solutions for the industry, and so I know a lot of discussions going on. I think bottom line, we want to make sure that we're not delegating authority to the robocallers to sign their own calls. So we got to make sure that the right controls are in place so that these things that we're doing to make sure there's trust really, truly works.
The one piece I will add, while we don't want to do that, the benefit of delegating that trust is the traceability. So if you do have a bad actor that's signing calls and originating them, today the traceback process is it's better with USDA, but it's still extremely painful of hopping back provider by provider by provider to try to figure out where that call originated. Whereas with the frameworks the Shaken framework now, you can kind of cut out all those middlemen, get right back to the beginning. So if we can allow folks further down the line to sign, we can quickly trace things back to those bad actors, and that's where we'll need additional help from the government authorities to enforce the laws on those bad actors.
Go ahead, Linda.
Since the traceback process was mentioned, I just wanted to put in a plug that it's not as painful as it used to be. It's been automated, and so now everything is done by email, and some of the tracebacks are now, instead of months, days, or, they've gotten down to days. So it's improving, and it is a good process, and it is a great tool. And I think with Shake and Stir, it's going to even be better, because it's going to get right to the originating carrier much more quickly.
Yeah, if you don't mind, make a quick comment. I think it sort of comes back to my original first slide about, like the technology is there to enforce the trust, but it needs the policy and the enforcement around it. And those are exactly the tools we built in, and we can do immediate, you can immediately know and trust that if there's somebody doing bad things, you're going to know exactly who they are, or at least have a quick path to get there. So that's a key point to both what we're doing now and what we want to do strategically for all calls on the network.
So that's kind of a great transition to another question on, just talk a couple bullet points on what are next steps for the industry, what are next steps for the governance authority. Policy administrator, I know, has been selected, is in process. And what are next steps that you see for government? Is there a role there for us?
I guess one thing I can add, and what we look for to the government, and specifically FCC, is to try to expand this across our national borders, because this could very quickly across those national borders, and it's very easy for bad actors to go and get international calls and continue doing that. And if you don't have a task force internationally to address this, all the efforts that are being made here are going to come at halt when we cross those border lines and we have no authority of taking any action regarding those bad calls.
I think having the policy administrator in place, I think that's really going to help us, and I think that will help with the dilution too that has been referenced. Having that authority to then verify you are not a bad actor, and we are going to be able to work with you. Like we have policies in place today where we won't let anyone just send us shaken information, Veristat. We're going to control who we trust. So I think that as that develops, I know they're just getting their feet wet. I think that will be good for everyone across the industry. And I do agree the international aspect is something that, while be it not part of our jurisdiction, is definitely something that is problematic. And at least for us, some of our international partners have been reaching out, and they want to participate, and they want to be part of the whole movement. So I think anything that the government can do with working with foreign entities would be beneficial to all Americans.
I'll break down to three things. Number one, continue to encourage deployment in a robust way that's meaningful. Number two, in terms of that encouragement, focus on the place where a lot of this traffic is coming from in terms of where you're going to encourage signing. So many of us up here as good actors are definitely leaning into the process. There's a tier that I think we need to continue leaning in on in terms of continuing that. And then finally, keeping that governance authority and that policy moving forward with, again, some common language. So having a discussion around who signs what for what, and when and why, and what are some sticky corner cases. Those are always the best and most meaningful discussions when you get away from, again, the standards and back to just some very real-world scenarios that say, my customer does this, how would you sign it? What would I do? So we've set out a few examples of that, 6 to 8 complex enterprise sizes that have moved some of the other standards work forward.
Yeah. The other piece a couple pieces I would add. One is just continue to encourage the transition to IP and directly peered IP connectivity amongst all of the major service providers. This framework only works over IP, so direct connectivity is best. The other piece is, as Chris mentioned previously, Shaken is it's a tool to help identify bad actors. It's not going to stop robocalls in itself. So we will need help from government authorities as we identify these bad actors to prosecute them and stop them. so they don't just shut down their business, pop up somewhere else, and start generating additional traffic. Yeah, and the last piece would just be just consumer education. I think I see a lot of press around the Shaken. It appears that folks think that Shaken may be the silver bullet to stop robocalling. When it's deployed, all robocalling is going to stop. That's not necessarily the case. I think it's educating consumers on what this enables, what it doesn't enable, how it's going to affect call presentation in a good way and potentially bad ways, as well as call blocking. So just consumer education, I think, is paramount.
So even if everybody here who says, on this panel, who says they're implementing and exchanged 100% of their traffic using the Shake and Stir standards, we would have an imperceptible impact on spoofed calls, because we're not the ones that are originating the illegal robocalls. And even going after some of the smaller service providers who are cooperating and starting to implement is still not going to necessarily have an impact because they're not originating those calls. But working together, using the traceback process, working together, focusing in on those service providers who are originating those calls, and finding a way to incent them or require them to implement Shake and Stir, or stop carrying the traffic, or whatever that's going to have the biggest, quickest impact.
I'd just like to say I think the partnership between FCC and the industry has gone really excellent so far. I mean, we are steering a big battleship and turning it, 180 degrees here in some sense. And I think the recognition of that and allowing the industry to get to this point in an accelerated fashion, but not disruptive, that we're breaking things and all those things, has just been really great. But like I said, I don't think we're done either. There's going to have to be some things that are changed, some business models that may be affected. There's going to be some pain going forward. And I think we just need to progress in a partnership like that going forward. So I applaud both my colleagues and the FCC for where we've gotten to. Being here since the beginning, it really has been a great experience. I don't know how many projects have gone this well, to be honest. I hope people agree with me on that point.
Well, thanks, Chris. Yeah, I want to go back to something that Linda was saying and Jeff was saying about who is deploying Shake and Stir and sort of the importance of ubiquitous deployment of Shake and Stir. And what do you see as the challenges to ubiquitous deployment of Shake and Stir, and maybe how can the FCC or others get involved in sort of promoting that deployment?
Well, some of the challenges we've faced in earlier stages, and that kind of delayed the process for us to just be where we really want to be, has been trying to get the platform and the core systems that we have in production today up to the version of code that can support this framework. And however, the positive outcome of that is that the partners in industry has been so helpful and responsive in order to address those challenges. So as we've been often mentioning that this is a work in progress, and we are working through those challenges, and hopefully it will pave the road for some of the carriers that they're going to start doing this and help them out in getting to the resolution faster.
I think for T-Mobile, at least, we benefited from being early adopters of going all IP, and we chose SIP early on. We knew that was going to be where the industry was headed, so it made it a lot easier for us. But as pointed out, not everyone has an IP infrastructure. So we started our VoLTE deployment very early, We changed our TDM connectivity to IP. We did early peering with others, SIP peering. That's helped us. So helping the others, I think, is in order to become ubiquitous, they do have to have that IP network. And any help that we can get them, and not necessarily in terms of deployment, but something else that I think is a challenge is the OEMs themselves, making sure that they are all adopting the Veristat display on their devices. So the slower that they are to implement this, the less ubiquitous it will be, because it is dependent upon those devices as well as the networks.
And I'll lean in two areas. So the first one is what is the challenge to the ubiquitous deployment? Obviously, people investing in time, so these types of forums are important to raise that awareness into driving that. But I'll also challenge a little bit that ubiquity should be our goal, but there's value even today. So right now on Verizon's products, particularly Call Filter, we're making better decisions on that platform based upon Call Filter today, or based upon Stir Shaken today, right now. And that only gets better driven by ubiquity. So that mechanism of encouraging ubiquity is great, but what I wouldn't discourage people from saying is, oh, because it's not ubiquitous, we shouldn't lean into it. Every call that we mark and say, hey, this is legitimate from a legitimate provider, is another one that we can discern from something that clearly isn't.
Yeah, the other piece I would add is just continuing to evolve the standards to support, as Chris had mentioned previously, some of those more unique call flows where it's not a relationship with the direct end user. So we just have to, we have the initial version of the Shaken framework. We have to continue to evolve that to support some means of delegation so that we can have a more ubiquitous deployment and cover all call flows.
Don't have anything to add. They said it all again.
I just wanted to also.
I'll just second Jeff's comment and expand. I think it is true, going through this effort and some of the other things we've enabled in terms of some of the blocking of the unallocated calls, it's sort of, I think, cleaned out the ecosystem, both within our networks and externally, and we will see benefits beyond just the signing of the call and how telephone calls are sent across the network.
One other challenge that we've seen and I foresee it will become more and more is that we really look into FCC to take a lead on the regulations and communicating that across and having one body of doing this, because when as we've seen some of this states getting engaged in asking for the status of Shaken and Stir or having their own requirements, that becomes very costly and time consuming, and it will impact the efforts of the providers in a negative way if we don't have a common body that can answer all requirements and concerns at the state level, rather than us interfacing with each individual state, as we all are at the platform that provides services in all the states.
So can you talk a little bit about, we've mentioned and talked about the policy administrator. Can you talk about the transition to the use of iConnective as the policy administrator rather than handling in-house the management of certificates, and what that looks like? What might some challenges be there? Hopefully not many, but just touch on that.
Sure. As I mentioned, when we built our infrastructure, we did it ahead of the PA and CA selection, and so we have a fully operational certificate management system that we've worked with our vendor to also anticipate the ACME protocol, as I mentioned, being required at this point. But when we had a PA, even if we stick with our own internal CA, as might be an option, we have no barriers to connecting with a PA, or if there is going to be an external CA that we are all requested to use, we're also ready for that. I think I'm assuming the others have built in the flexibility to their solutions, knowing that it was coming. So I don't foresee that as being a challenge at this stage for those of us who have already done the development. For the smallers who haven't gotten started, maybe they've already been planning on it. But it was something that was documented early on as something to be anticipated. We were ready.
Yeah, I'll echo that. We built our infrastructure in doing so. We didn't wait until doing so, so we've done some interim things and candidly learned a lot about that mechanism and what you do to prevent, or what do I do with expired certificates and others. So we're encouraged and excited by it, and continue both at participating at the highest level of it. So we're excited in terms of the delivery and the value that it will bring, but we're prepped for it in the same way.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll be extremely beneficial to the industry. Trying to deal with self-signed certs and expirations and doing that amongst, right now we're all in the initial stages of doing this, but as you grow more and more, you have more and more of these interconnects where you're exchanging information with self-signed certs. It'll start to be a challenge to manage that without an authority.
And I see this as more of a transition, and I don't anticipate a lot of issues. With the CATA working group, we thought that if we wait until after the GA is in place, then we're starting from scratch. But if we start implementing at the same time, then we're building our process with that in mind. And so it's a matter of building the interfaces once the PA is operational, or as the PA is becoming operational, and then doing the testing. And the test plan is drafted and almost finalized, will be finalized this month.
I guess maybe from more of an operational, pragmatic point of view, I think actually the way that it turned out, where we started with self-signed certs, was a benefit, where we could sort of, certificate management is new and a new concept in a lot of, voice operation groups. So getting understanding of that, building in the support for that is something that, probably was one of the things that were more the challenges of, in terms of interoperability and stuff like that. So laying that framework, having interop done, having a common understanding has been a benefit. And I hopefully expect, I agree with the other panelists, not too much of a transition to the PA, not too many problems with the transition to the PA.
Great. Yeah, thanks. So we've been talking a lot about deployment of Shake and Stir in your network so far. Why don't we, sort of in anticipation of our next panel, which is going to hear from a lot of folks talking about the consumer experience, how do you, as carriers, envision Shake and Stir sort of improving your customers' experience?
I think, simply put, it just gives the consumers the added assurance that when they're receiving a call, it hasn't been spoofed. It is who they say it is, which is a benefit to consumers. I think one of the challenges that you have is whether or not, even though you've authenticated the caller is who they say, if they are a bad actor or not. That's something that, at least within T-Mobile's network, we've already taken the decision. If we believe something is a bad call or scam call, we'll let you know that, rather than just saying, okay, we verified this. So we think we've extended the benefit of all the call protections by adding Shake-In to the consumer. That's what we've observed so far.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think every effort that is happening here is going to help our end users and consumers to trust the way of communication better. It wasn't not many years ago that we had this problem with emails, as everybody remembers. People will stop responding to emails or question whether this was a legitimate email or not. And a lot of efforts were put in to bring that trust back. And that's exactly what we're doing here, and we're hoping that will improve the end user and consumer's experience.
Yeah. The other piece I would add is it will improve the experience. I think we also have to be conscious and guard against there can be some as we mentioned, Shaken doesn't necessarily tell you the content of a call or the intent of the call, or it verifies the validity of the calling party number. So I think that we have to continue to share information when we're starting to make decisions on how we're going to label a call, and make sure we're sharing that information with the providers. If you're going to label a call that spam likely, scam likely, something like that, or if you take the step to actually do blocking, ensure that you're reaching out and we're sharing this information amongst partners. I think that will be critical.
And the other thing is it's important to get feedback from your customers. I mean, we're doing a lot of research and trying to get a lot of input before we finalize exactly how we're gonna communicate with the consumers. We know at a minimum it's going to be used as an input to our analytics, but we've been conducting surveys. We did a live lab test with 45 consumers over 3 weeks, actually testing the calls, sending them spoof calls and getting their reaction. And, you know, what if we use this label? What if we use that label? And we're still gathering information on that. And we'll also introduce it live in our network and get some live real-time feedback from our consumers. But it's really important to make sure that the communication's there, the education's there, and they know exactly what they're seeing.
I agree with the previous panelist's comment. Maybe just to take a slightly different take, you know, there is and to continue with the last comment, there is the whole indirect benefit to the customer that I think we sort of are already starting to see some signs of. So that's the near-term benefit. Ultimately, once we can start trusting the telephone identities and have, like I said before, cleaned up how we do things on the telephone network, that'll be the ultimate benefit to the customer, the consumer.
So at this point, we'll take a question from the audience. For large carriers, how will you handle calls from international gateways? I think we've talked about this a little bit. Will gateway attestation be seen as suspect? Will the gateway be able to delegate signing authority to their carrier partners? Someone wants to take that, Jeff?
So our focus initially has not been on gateway attestation for all the reasons that we talked about before. It's pretty easy on our network to know when a call comes in through our international gateways. It's pretty easy to perform the traceback on those mechanisms. And we already have AI and ML looking for calls that look like US numbers coming in from our gateways already. So that concept of signing is going to have a massive space. So we will lean into that in that it helps the traceback and speed and others. But I do want to encourage folks that lots of these calls that are questionable aren't necessarily coming through the international gateway as the door to badness. So yes, we will get there from a signing perspective. Again, our encouragement would be use traceback robustly, particularly on the international side, and focus on AI attestations.
Yeah, we started doing some testing of gateway attestation as well. We've been talking to our aggregator. We've had them implement some extra information, which hasn't really been terribly useful, as you know, of identifying where the bad calls are come from. But we definitely utilize the traceback. That's been a really good tool for all of us. And I think the more information that's there, whether or not you display it, but at least if you have that information coming into your analytics, it could help us in terms of identifying where the bad actors are and help shutting them down sooner.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think it'll be critical not to necessarily judge B or C attestations in a negative way, but I think there will be benefit to signing those calls, and just the fact that you'll understand the provider that originated them, and you'll be able to quickly trace back if there is bad traffic.
I think from a specification point of view, gateway was really sort of the last ditch thing that you would put. You would at least sign the call for traceback, even though you had known nothing about the call. So that, you know, so it wasn't really intended to help necessarily the consumer. It was more specifically for just tracing back. If we see bad calls coming from a particular gateway, we can at least detect that problem.
So we've been talking a lot about these different levels of attestation. Can we actually step back a little bit, and can one of you explain the different levels of attestation for folks who maybe aren't as familiar with Shake and Stir? And maybe Chris, you're the guy.
Sure. Yeah, so attestation was something that we put into the original shaken specs to try to identify, to represent your knowledge of the trustability of that telephone number. So A attestation represents the fact that you absolutely know both who initiated the call and who owns the telephone number. B attestation was for some of the other calls that we've talked about where it's more indirect relationship. So you're likely you absolutely are the originator of that call, and you know who originated that call, but you don't necessarily know that that customer directly owns that telephone number. And then the C attestation is the gateway attestation, which is sort of the bucket where you don't really know anything about that call. You just received it and you're passing it through. But for traceback purposes, you want to at least mark it so you have some information in the call.
Yeah, one piece I'd add to that is on the A attestation, just for a little additional clarity, is that you believe that your customer has the authority to originate the call with the calling party number that they're using, regardless of whether it's a number that you're providing or not. So there are certain call flows, school notifications, for instance, where they may want to use the school's PSTN line coming in. They want to originate notifications out to parents about something going on at the school. So scenarios like that, I believe, would fall under it as well.
Thank you.
So we're starting to get close to time. So any final thoughts that you would want to impart, or any comments on any of what we have discussed here? What might be useful going forward?
I think just continuing to foster collaboration amongst the service providers, continuing to push for additional IP connectivity, and continuing to push for others outside of the folks on this panel to adopt StirShaken and start signing their calls as well.
And I would add the collaboration also with the FCC in particular, and also the collaboration that started with other agencies like FTC, state attorney generals, all those who have the ability to take these guys out of service.
Yeah, I think there is a definite sense, I haven't talked to anybody that says that we don't want to attack this problem, and that's been great to see. So I'd leave with a positive comment like that.
I'll echo where I was before. If you're not started, get started. There's lots of smart people here to help. There's lots of smart vendors looking to solve those corner cases, and dig into the practices of your network. What are the things that are going to be a challenge, and don't wait to necessarily solve those challenges. Begin to address them and go for the things that are meaningful.
And I encourage everybody to do the same. And also, again, it's very important that get in the game and attend these conferences, attend these seminars, pay attention to the direction and leadership that is coming from FCC, and plan for it early. Again, if there is no plan, you will never get the results. So it's very important to start working on it.
I think just lastly, the same thing is just being an active participant in the standards bodies. As they are developing, some ideas make more sense than others. Using the opportunity that you have to participate and share your experiences and add value so that as they are developed, they're developed in the right way.
Well, great. Thank you very much. There's been a lot of very helpful, informative, advice and guidance from the panelists. And I just will say that it is very encouraging to hear that we're all on the same page. We want to tackle this problem. We want to make it better for consumers and restore trust in our communication systems and the phone calls that one gets. Thank you so much to our panelists for sharing your time and your expertise. I'd like to ask everyone to give you a round of applause. And
Yeah, our next panel will start at 11 a.m.
Yep.
We'll see you then.
Great.
Thanks very much.
thank you.
All right. Good morning again, everyone. I'm Patrick Weber. I am Chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau here at the Commission. Thank you all again for joining us. We have a great crowd and a great panel coming up next for our Consumer Experience panel. But first, we want to start things off with a presentation on eCNAM. Hala Muafi from Ericsson is going to give us a presentation, so please welcome her.
Good morning, and thank you all for including Ericsson in this discussion. We are always happy to share our experiences to help the carriers improve the services for their consumers. And since this panel is focused on the consumer experience, we're going to shift a little bit from the network side and come a little closer to the consumer end, and I always call eCNAM the last leg before you start displaying information to the end user on their device. So to give a little bit of background, many of you here remember class services, and the services were among the first to give the consumer the ability to manage their calls better. At the heart of that was the network was able to deliver the calling party number. And with that, you were able to design and build services that allow the consumer to, for example, build a list of numbers, selective call acceptance, like your whitelist today, the concept of a whitelist. Selective call rejection, your blacklist. The most notable, of course, is calling number. We all know it, caller ID. It's a service that has broken all the records, 80% on average penetration rates throughout all the states. And a few years later, when this came out in the late 80s, a few years later, calling name, the name associated with that number was also available, and that's another popular service. The goal, I repeat, is to help the consumer or empower the consumer to manage their calls. And even though that was, that was 30 years ago, but the principle remains that we want to empower them to make the decision on their calls and help them protect themselves. eCNAM was created for the next generation network, not for the legacy network. This is not another class service. eCNAM is the better version of what you had with class services. It not only delivers an extended name, because everybody complained about just getting 15 character names, but it also delivers what we call metadata, more information about that caller, more information to help you make a decision about the call. And there's also a delivery aspect to this service that I will talk about in a couple of slides. eCNAM, just like Shaken in this entire process, the standards have been completed. And that was as of May of 2018. And when we talk about standards, I know some people worry that, oh, it's set in stone. The benefit you get from talking about standards is that it has gone through a process where it was discussed with the industry. All of the players in the industry had a chance to comment on it before it became a standard, and that you're not having any, it's not a proprietary solution. There's no work being done, behind the scenes. It is an open process. That's the benefit of a standard. So let's just take a look at where eCNAM resides, where it actually works. So the service logic resides in the terminating network, meaning at the receiving end. So we start with Shaken on the originating network. Shaken will do its magic with the attestation levels being relayed to the terminating network so that the verification can take place at that terminating network. Once the verification takes place, and we strongly recommend that the results of the verification be shared with the analytics, because that would be one useful input to the analytics algorithms, then you have that as just one input. Everybody understood from the previous session that Shaken is just one piece of this puzzle, one piece of the solution. So you have the results of the analytics coming out, and now you're ready to send something to the end user to inform them of some assessment of this incoming call, the risk associated with it, if any. That's where eCNAM comes in. So eCNAM plays several roles. One, the simplest one, is now that we have a verified number, we can actually query authoritative databases in order to get that metadata that I was talking about, the additional information, the location possibly, the title of the business, the type of business. It's a hospital, it's a school, whatever. Then you add that in the content that you want to send to the end user and say, this is the metadata that I have on this number. This is more information than you normally get. That is one piece of what eCNAM can do. Another piece is applying the local policy for each carrier. Each carrier will want to have a different flavor for what they're sending to their consumer. And even within the same carrier network, you may have different tiers of customers, and they are subscribing to different types of eCNAM. And that's where you also get to apply any rules about what you want to display for robocalls. Does this carrier want to send a red exclamation mark on a bad call? Or do they want to send more text rather than iconography? Every carrier will have the flexibility to apply that. And that's the second role that eCNAM can play. eCNAM gathers the different data, whether it's from the analytics after we've taken the benefit of Shaken, plus the metadata that it queries from authoritative databases, assembles that and puts it in what I always call a flexible envelope to the end user or to the device. Why do I say that? Because that envelope, that call info header, does not care about what's inside. So again, it gives more flexibility to each carrier to change the content, and even within the same network, you would be having a different content going out for each call because each call has a different risk level. So eCNAM affords quite a bit of flexibility to each carrier in their deployment of these protection services, if you will. And again, it benefits from the Shaken. It pulls in the value after Shaken attestation has gone through the processing of the analytics, and then it gives the consumer this data ready, formatted in whatever format the carrier wants to their device. I used to shy away from giving this example, but when you look back at what we went through with the IRS scam a couple of years ago, people were going to their local precincts asking if there really was an arrest warrant out for them. And I fast forward to what we are discussing today and the capabilities that we know could have been available with the analytics and with Shaken, and then you move back and you say, wouldn't it have been useful if the analytics would have sent a message and eCNAM would have formatted that and delivered it to the consumer saying, don't give personal information. This is a well-known scam, something to that effect. But at least put it in a way that would have been helpful to those consumers at the time. So there's just one example, but we know that there's going to be more based on, as the bad players evolve their game as well. So that's where you need the flexibility. I think, people ask, so what exactly does it buy me? What does eCNAM buy me? The fact that eCNAM is working on the terminating end after you've had the benefit of all of the shaken attestation and the verification, the analytics, says a lot, because it is where we are today is because somebody on the originating end was sending fake data. So it is more trusted than any other, user-provided, I am Mickey Mouse sending this information across. The eCNAM envelope, I'm quite fond of the fact that it can really reduce the impact on the handset and hopefully changes in standards, because you can make the changes based on what you learned from the analytics, and you don't have to go back to standards and keep changing values while the consumers are losing money or suffering from these scams. And like I said before, and I don't mean to be repetitive, but allows each carrier the flexibility to apply their own flavor, their own local policy to what gets displayed to the user. eCNAM is, like I said, just one piece, and the panel will be discussing more about other factors that contribute to what finally gets displayed to the end user, and that has been a challenging topic. We have been working on at least guidelines, because you cannot really require people to display or to format in a certain way. But we've been working on that in IPNNI, and the work is still ongoing. So the discussion will show the progress on that. There are no final answers today, but it's definitely in progress. And thank you for the opportunity to share with you. Thanks.
Thank you, Hala. Okay, so let me start by reminding folks that questions for the panel can be sent to livequestions@fcc.gov, and we will try to reserve some time at the end, if time permits, to respond to some of those questions. I also want to introduce my co-moderator, Jerusha Burnett, who is an attorney advisor in our Consumer Policy Division in CGB. Our panelists today are Scott Hambacan, Chief Information Officer at First Orion, Lavinia Kennedy, Director of Product Management at Transaction Network Services, TNS, Hala Muifi, who we met, Senior Business Consultant at Ericsson, Jonathan Nelson, Director of Product Management at Haya, Kathy Stokes, Director of Fraud Prevention Programs at AARP, and Clark Witten, Principal Engineer at Cox. Thank you all for joining us today. And let's just start with each of you taking 2 minutes to describe your company or organization's interest in and experience with Shaken and Stir. So we'll start with you, Scott.
Sure. Well, on behalf of First Orion, thank you for inviting us to the panel. It's a pleasure to be here today. At First Orion, we have solutions for protecting consumers' call protection as well as call enhancement that we deploy in carrier networks today. We do that using data, analytics, and technology. And today we're protecting about customers from about 1 billion scam calls. We're either tagging or blocking about 1 billion a month today. So we're now using Stir Shaken as part of our technology and solutions to help us improve the analytics and continue identifying more and more scammers.
Okay, thank you. And Lavinia.
I also want to thank the FCC for inviting TNS here today. My name is Lavinia Kennedy, and I have product responsibilities for our protection and identity services. I focus on our Call Guardian product, which is the robocall mitigation solution we have deployed in the market today. And I'd like to spend just a minute to talk about some of the tools that we use and how we benefit consumers. As you know, detecting robocalls takes a layered approach, and Stir Shaken is one of the inputs that we use into our analytics, and it makes our analytics better and more accurate. And so number one is we see about 1 billion calls a day. signaling transactions. And that's because TNS operates a large independent signaling network. So we see these events and we feed the data into our analytics. And that's important to consumers because we detect about 300 million illegal and unwanted calls a day. Number two is our Sequin mobile app is deployed at over 250 million devices, and so we have a wide coverage. We service Verizon, Sprint, US Cellular, C Spire. These are some of our customers. We're deployed at the top 4 of the 6 wireless providers. And that's important because our Sequin app focuses on consumer and consumer experience. So not only we protect them, like I said, 300 million illegal and unwanted calls a day, but also we get feedback from consumers that we use. It's very important to us to know what the user sees, how they react, and the goal is to get them accurate information, timely information, so they can make a decision to answer that call. And lastly, we also have the we have a fully managed robocall protection service that includes STIR/SHAKEN, which is powered by Metaswitch. Joe Whedon, I think he's somewhere there. He's going to talk on the next panel. But basically, the solution is fully managed, and it has we can deploy very quickly for small providers. So Tier 2 and Tier 3 carriers can take advantage of this. This is important to consumers because, like Linda said, a lot of the Tier 1s do not generate the bad traffic. About 87% of the bad traffic comes from carriers outside of the Tier 1s. So lastly, STIR/SHAKEN and analytics really work hand in hand. It's just another tool that we can have in our toolbox to protect consumers, and that allows us to allow fewer spam calls and bad calls to reach our devices and more legitimate calls to reach consumers.
Okay, thank you. And Hala.
Thank you again. Ericsson led a lot of the standards work that was necessary in the beginning. We were a member of the original strike force, and we contributed to multiple standards, 3GPP, the wireless standards, and ADIS. So we tried to help the carriers get the specifications out in time for a speedy deployment, and hopefully that's had a positive impact so far. We've also, as you can tell, we've authored the enhanced CNAM standard, which was completed last year. We co-authored the display guidelines under IPNNI with HIA, and we continue to participate in that area under IPNNI to contribute to the next generation or the next wave or the next phase of the display guidelines, which is a hot topic for everybody here in this room.
Thanks, Hala. Jonathan.
Thank you very much for having us here. So since HIA was founded, we've been dedicated to providing context and protection to phone calls. So that includes both identifying the caller, being able to provide a reason for that call, and of course being able to determine if it might be a risky phone call that could do harm. We do that through all of our intelligence that we gather from our deployments, both traffic and also information that we receive from our users directly. Today, there's over 80 million consumers who are protected by our services. That spans across OEM devices, direct mobile applications, and also through our carrier partner, AT&T. HIA originally engaged with the STIR/SHAKEN task force a few years ago when it became apparent that this new signal had a real possibility of adding to the arsenal of protection against unwanted calls, but also it came with some serious risks if it was done improperly that could either lead to consumer confusion or even to further abuse of consumers. As an analytics company, our main focus right now is on how we can use this signal in amongst all of the other signals that we gather today in order to better strengthen our detection of illegal traffic independent from the legal and wanted businesses that are trying to operate. But we also have been focusing a lot on how Stir Shaken is going to affect the illegal robocaller industry itself. And I will tell you a small secret. If you receive a robocall, I promise you it's not actually a robot that created that phone call. There are intelligent adversaries actively trying to fight back against companies like Haya who try to detect and block them. They will be reacting to Stir Shaken. We're already starting to see these trends. So Haya is trying to study what to expect next and what will be the next line of defense. In the end, our goal is to grow the protection against consumers and hopefully shift all this pain that we're receiving from these illegal robocallers from consumers to the profit lines of the callers making them.
Thanks, Jonathan. Kathy?
Everybody, again, I thank you for bringing AARP into this conversation. And I'll just say, I'm really hoarse, but I've been answering so many spam calls lately that I've lost my voice, so I apologize for that. I hope you can understand me well enough. I do direct fraud prevention programs for AARP, and we operate the AARP Fraud Watch Network, where we try to get in front of consumers of all ages, really. Our focus, of course, is 50 plus, but to try to help them identify the red flags of scams so that they can stop a scam from occurring and being victimized by them. And we do actually provide support to victims as well. And scammers, they steal literally billions of dollars every year from consumers, and their number one way of reaching us is by telephone. So it's a really, really important issue that the FCC has taken this up and is being so forward-thinking on this, and I appreciate what the industry has done so far. There's some things that we really want to talk about from the perspective of what can be done to enhance consumer protection. But I do just want to share just two quick stories of two people who recently fell for the hottest scam right now, which is the Social Security imposter scam. IRS imposter scam is still happening, but it's like those guys flipped over on the page, and now they're the Social Security Administration. One gentleman got a call, he's 80 years old, and was told that there was a problem with his account, and it was the Social Security Administration, and they convinced him to hand over $1,800 to fix the problem that didn't even exist. So that's one. And there was another, a woman, 81 years old, also Social Security imposter scam, convinced her to wire money to fix a problem that she was having. Then another scammer in that enterprise calls and says he's from the FBI and realizes that she's just been victimized, so he needs her to put more money out so he can go after this bad guy. And in the end, her loss was $80,000. This is, an individual who's at the, let's say she's sort of toward the end of her life. How is she going to make that up? So these are the kind of issues that we really want people to understand. In the end, the consumer is the victim, and we need to protect them.
Thank you, Kathy. Clark.
Yeah, thank you. Clark Whitten, Cox Communications. Cox is the largest private telecom provider in America. We serve over 6 million homes and businesses in 18 states. And so the consumers are our concern here. That's why we want to have the IPN&I Stir Shaken implemented. We also see that there are benefits to protecting some of our business customers through things like protecting against TDOS, where we can use the analytics and the information that's coming in off of Stir and Shaken to limit which calls go to some of our business customers that are being impacted by telephony denial of service attacks.
Okay, thank you.
And sorry, we forgot. We actively participate in many of the forums, so we're a part of the IPN&I task force. We participated in the Robocall strike force. We're a part of the CATA working group, and we also participate in the industry traceback group to help get to the bad actors. Sorry, thank you.
Very good.
Great. Thank you, everybody. It's obvious we have a really wonderful range of experience here on the panel today. So based on your experience, what do you see as short, medium, and long-term benefits to consumers from Shaken and Stir implementation? And Clark, why don't we start down with you?
So I don't have the breakdown between short, medium, and long-term. What we see is better trust in the network, which is one of the areas that I personally experience. I'm sure many of you do too, which is when you get a call, you're not sure whether or not you should answer it and may default to not answering it. So There's the trust of the network, obviously fraud prevention. I mean, as Kathy mentioned, there's a good amount of money that's being lost to the bad actors. And ultimately trying to reduce the complaints that come into the regulatory agencies such as the FTC and the FCC. But obviously the consumer fraud is the biggest impact that we see coming from this in the long run.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I would say that, tamping down on the scourge that is illegal and spoofed robocalling is the number one benefit. But unless all phone providers are doing this, it seems to me from what I heard from the last panel, it's kind of all for naught. So we would be very concerned about making sure that all players are at the table and that they're getting that highest level of attestation. We'd also kind of like to understand a little bit more about what happens to the people that are on the copper landlines, copper lines. I think this is all IP, and we do have a fair number of consumers that are still on copper, mostly older people and people in rural communities. I'd want us to be able to learn more about that.
So I guess to build a little on what you're saying, it's certainly true that the strength of the stir, shake, and signal grows stronger with the more adoption that you receive. However, we're optimistic that there will be some short-term benefits that we're going to see even early on. There are some specific tactics that the illegal robocaller industry has been using that will become significantly more difficult, even with just adoption of stir, shake, and among the major carriers. In particular, the neighbor scam that we're all fairly familiar with. The ability of an illegal robocaller to impersonate somebody's personal mobile phone while making calls should hopefully be eliminated with the adoption of stir, shake, and simply by that one carrier. However, in the longer term, our hope is this adoption is going to force the illegal robocaller industry to make a decision. They will either have to attempt to get at high attestation levels alongside legitimate businesses, which comes with a risk of detection and incarceration, or they'll have to try and avoid it. And as adoption grows, the safe harbors to avoid getting that attestation and that traceback start to dwindle. And that's where analytics can come in, and that we're able to intelligently target those specific pockets. So after the short-term gains, we're hoping that those pockets will start to shrink, and that's when we can start to make a real difference.
Hala, I mean, anyone can answer, it's not a...
So I think that the short-term benefit is really the intra-carrier deployments that we're going to see in 2019. We know that that's going to be, only 13% of the high-risk calls are being generated from these networks. Medium term, I think you're going to see inter-carrier calls being authenticated. Then that's where I think we're going to see the largest benefit. And as I said before, the analytics are going to learn from this, from the stir and shaken inputs, and they're going to get better. And then long term, when it's fully deployed, then we're just going to see the greater benefit, and then the bad actors are going to change their tactics. So we have to stay on top of that as well.
For me, the biggest short-term benefit is really what you see going on right now. All the interaction between carriers and industry to really dig in and proactively start working on the problem together. So I think the consumers, that's probably the biggest benefit they see right now is people taking action. Longer term, there are a couple of interesting things, and when you look at the benefits of the authentication and the verification, as we all know, it's a handful of carriers that are being able to deploy that today. And as that ramps up, the information that flows along with those transactions actually benefits a lot of people at this table in terms of our analytic solutions and being able to make determinations about the calls itself. Because here's something that I think was touched on in the earlier panel. Just because a call has been authenticated and validated doesn't necessarily mean it's a good guy on the other end of the line, right? As we like to say, it could still be the devil himself calling from a verified number. So that's something that is going to require consumer education, especially as we start talking about displaying. And the flip side of that is just because a call comes through that has not had any authentication applied to it, so it can't be verified, that doesn't make that a bad call. And just means that the originator of that call could not provide authentication for whatever reason. Maybe it's a legacy protocol, or they don't have the technology deployed yet. And then there are even further edge cases where it would be possible for an authenticated call to fail verification. That doesn't mean it's a bad call. There are some edge cases that would support that. So I think the point I want to make here is that taking all that information and using it in analytic systems, and then the carriers figuring out how they want to actually display and handle that in their networks is all part of the next big step that's got to occur as we deploy the technology. So a lot of work to be done, but I think everyone's very happy to see movement in this direction.
Great. I have a couple points on sort of the benefits that I want to dig a little bit deeper into. One, in the previous panel, we heard a lot about how Shake and Stir can help speed up traceback and make traceback easier. Do you think that that is something that consumers will see benefits from, and if so, how? And two, Jonathan, you specifically mentioned neighbor spoofing and that being a quick benefit. If you could dig a little deeper into that, that would be great.
Of course. So yes, sir, I can address that one in particular. So one of the, when we're talking about how to use Stir Shaken, one of the first challenges that always comes up is, as Scott was mentioning, there will be both good and bad calls within both tiers. But one of the benefits that analytics can have is that we're able to watch historical trends. That's our primary focus. So when I, as a subscriber of a major carrier, make calls, my calls are going to come through attested now that the carrier has adopted that. However, if somebody impersonates my number and calls pretending to be me, that call almost certainly will not have attestation. Now, as we've been saying, and as Scott just said, the lack of attestation alone, that's not enough to determine that a call is unwanted. But the fact that it's coming from a number that should have it, ordinarily has it, that is enough for analytics to act. And that is what neighbor spoofing looks like to us. And so that's why we should be able to protect those very early on in deployment.
Well, and I also want to add that there is also legitimate spoofing of telephone numbers, so we can't forget about the legitimate callers, like the pharmacy or the doctor's office that's using a local number to get in touch with you, to mask their actual number. And I think that the analytics are powerful there because they can detect between a spoof number that's a bad actor that fails attestation and a number that's being spoofed for valid reasons, because we have patterns and we keep track of data and we can tell with certainty which one is which. So neighbor spoofing is bad in certain instances, but good for legitimate businesses.
And another piece we're starting to see is the bad guys on the other side of this, they're constantly evolving, right? So this is not a static issue. As we figure out ways to block or identify or deal with those unwanted or illegal calls, the bad guys will continue to look for ways to get their calls through. And so as we've been moving down this path over the last couple of months and addressing neighbor spoofing, some of these other types of illegal calls, we're starting to see actual refinement of the scams themselves. So if I can't get through by volume, I'm going to make sure that the calls I do get through, I'm more successful. And so we're starting to see something we refer to as enterprise spoofing, where consumers are receiving calls from legitimate company numbers, and the caller has detailed information about the individual. So I'm sure the one that we just talked about a minute ago probably had some very detailed information about that consumer they were calling, knew how to use that information to get that consumer to do something. And so we're starting to see that ramp up now as we tamp down the volume callers. Now the ones that get through are going to start being more meticulous about knowing who they're calling and having information about those individuals.
I think just to quickly build on that, in regards to the impact of traceback that's going to have on this, that change from a single high volume caller to this more widespread distribution can actually be seen within the impact of takedown efforts from government agencies in the past, So I believe it was 2016, there was a fairly large takedown of an IRS scam ring, and HIO was able to observe about a 25% drop in fraud calls that, of course, came back within a couple months. But it was a significant impact. And compare that to takedowns that have happened in 2019, and it barely registers. And it's just a consequence of how diverse this industry has become. And it's a lot harder to knock out one overly creative bad actor and have meaningful impact. Now, that said, the same signal that powers traceback, which is that origination ID, is also useful for analytics, because there are some origination points where the illegal robocallers frequently make calls. There are certain high volume, low duration call centers that the Orig ID will allow analytics to target those in isolation from the other more traditional carriers. So it'll be beneficial both for analytics in addition to the incarceration component.
Okay. And let's talk about a little more about analytics. Some of you have mentioned that Shake and Stir implementation will approve the analytics being used to determine which calls are legitimate and which are not, thereby reducing the number of spoof calls that consumers will receive. Can you please elaborate a little more on that and tell us how will Shake and Stir help to inform and improve analytics?
Sure. I'll kick us off.
Thanks.
So, we've had a couple of months now of traffic flowing from a couple of carriers to our customers, and us being able to see information verification, authentications coming through, and being able to verify those calls. And I thought there were a couple of interesting points that we started to pull out. Again, we're not taking any action on just the fact alone that a call's been verified, right? You really don't want to do that just yet. And so it becomes another element in that entire analytic and decision process of what am I going to do with this call? Do I let it go through? Do I tag it? Or based on a consumer's preference, do I block it or send it to voicemail? So that's happening. And obviously, the calls that have an authentication that come through with it, a certificate that comes through with it, is meaningful, right? And everybody would understand that and how we would use that. But I thought the other interesting thing that I've heard from our data scientists is that information flowing through about a particular number is also helpful when we see calls from that number through networks that are not able to authenticate and thus so we can validate. So, very interesting. We have been talking about unless all carriers adopt this, that's not going to work. And I think something we're starting to see is that, well, even with carriers that are on a legacy network or have not been able to authenticate calls, we're seeing some benefit with traffic flowing through their networks as well, and being able to use the things we learn in analytics on validated calls and apply those to calls that haven't been validated but may be coming from the same number.
Yes, I mean, Stir Shaken is definitely an essential layer in fighting bad robocalls. And like I said, we use a variety of tools, and this is another one to add to the toolbox. So when analytics ingest the VerStat and the Orig ID, it really improves the quality of our data and the accuracy. And that helps the consumer because we're more confident that we got the call right. We got the label right, or we're telling you with confidence that this is an illegal call or it's an unwanted call. I think this just helps, like I said before, making sure that the consumer gets fewer of these calls to their device and more of the legitimate calls going through. And then they have confidence answering that call.
Okay. Kathy?
Yeah, that's a point I would like to build off of. I think it would be far better for the consumer experience to not get those calls in the first place, right? But if they do come through and there's a display to tell them what to be looking out for, AARP really believes that display should be uniform. From a consumer education perspective, it would be very, very challenging to help people understand, what the different display icons or words might mean. So that's something that we think is really important.
I guess one thing I'd like to add, one of the big challenges that analytics has right now is Our goal is to separate the legal calls from the illegal ones, first and foremost. But both of those audiences have the same goal. They both want their calls to be answered. And so as a result, what we see is both of those audiences use the same tactics. Neighbor calling is a fine example. The illegal robocallers have been using it through spoofing. The legal enterprises do it legally, but they found that in both cases, people are more likely to answer the phone if it's a familiar number. So it becomes hard for analytics to pick those apart. However, what StirShaken does is it gives us a signal that actually can tell them apart. We can bucketize this so that we can make sure we're more targeting those who aren't using legitimate practices for the same techniques than those who are.
StirShaken does put us one step ahead in terms of restoring the consumer confidence in the caller ID information. Together with the analytics, I don't see it as working by itself, but it definitely, together with the analytics, can bring us back to the before the robocalling plague and trying to let the consumer make the decision just by giving them the correct and the accurate information. And to add on that as well, just some of the eCNAM features in terms of retrieving additional data for the consumer. The quality of the data source that you're retrieving from plays another role and makes a difference in the accuracy of the data that you're delivering. So authoritative databases is what we're always calling for services like eCNAM and others. It just completes the picture.
And can we go a little further? We talked a little bit about legacy networks and how Shaken and Stir, there's some challenges with implementation on them. Also calls, we're hearing about illegal robocalls coming from overseas. Obviously the number is spoofed to look like it's a local number or something within the states. How will Shaken and Stir implementation affect calls from those types of networks?
Well, I can just say from what we heard in the last panel, it doesn't. And if it doesn't, then that's a big hole.
So I'll offer a few comments on that. I think you hit the point on the head with your question, which is StirShaken is an IP-based technology, and so anything traversing legacy networks will not be authenticated or verified. So a couple of points about that. Specific to your comment about overseas calls, I think we heard from the last panel about the gateways that some of that traffic comes through, but a lot of the negative traffic that we see sometimes doesn't come through those gateways, right? It comes directly over I'll just say over the internet and is dropped off into the PSTN, the public switch network here in the U.S., and so that makes it very hard to detect. And that's why you see analytic vendors, like the folks up here on the panel, using their tactics and their analytics and their data and technology to find those things based on pattern recognition, not necessarily the actual gateways that they come through. And then, the second piece, maybe to directly answer your question, and I mentioned this a minute ago, the data and the knowledge we get out of legitimate calls that are validated, that does help us with calls that are still coming through legacy networks. And the more information we see in terms of the patterns and the data and the recognition of that, we get better at dealing with those non-IP based networks. So there is some benefit there, but it's not a hard and fast verification of the call itself.
And I'll step in on this too. There's two sides, when we talk about the legacy network, there's kind of two sides to a network. There's the access side, which is what faces, Kathy's constituents, and then there's the interconnect side. And what we're pushing for with the all IP and the way that we'll use Stir and Shaken is the interconnect side. So we can still have legacy phone lines that are serving, my house or, anybody's house. Those can still be not IP based, and you can still convey information about the call to the consumer there. So that fear should be eliminated because we'll be able to take care of those, as well as apply the analytics and treatment capabilities in the core network as long as the call comes into us via IP. So we're expecting that we're not going to have any issues with our fixed line customers. And then for the international, you know, while we will apply the attestation level signaling and signifying it's a gateway attestation, that can still be of use to have consumers, you know, not trust a call that's coming in with a spoof number, even if it is, if it has a gateway attestation. So if it's coming in international gateway with a local number, your trustworthiness of that call should be reduced.
And just to mention that under the IPN&I task force, there just started an effort to look at interworking between different countries on the stir shake. And so it's very recent, but that is the idea, that we would have a similar solution as this develops. I would, recommend that you speak to some of the key people at the IPN&I task force looking at this. Jim McEachern is heading it. But that would be part of the answer to one of your questions. As for, just to build on what Clark said regarding the legacy consumers, there are some interim solutions that take the benefit of the analytics that also may have benefited from the stir-shaken work, to relay a message to the consumer, the legacy consumer, and those only have a 15-character display on their caller ID box. But these interim solutions have utilized that real estate, if you will, in order to relay some kind of message. So there are some interim solutions.
And I wanted to add, as far as international spoofing, I mean, I know that USDA mentioned that 75% of those spoof numbers originate within the United States. I just don't know if spoofing is that big of a problem in other countries. And so if it's not for them, stir-shaken may not be deployed in some of these countries. So I agree that the more we learn and the more we talk to what happens in the rest of the world, we can find solutions.
Great. So is it sort of fair to say that along with what Hala just mentioned, with the countries that are looking at this, that maybe the benefit, at least short-term, is similar to what Jonathan spoke about with the neighbor spoofing, is it gives you more information for the analytics, and you can compare what that number would normally look like to what it's actually doing?
Exactly. The more adoption we have of stir-shaken within the national carriers, the fewer targets that an international carrier could safely impersonate. So it reduces their ability to do just widespread spoofing and get away with it.
So we've talked a lot about analytics. I know several of you and your carrier partners will often display information to the consumers, such as spam or scam likely. Do you think that shaken and stir implementation will lead more providers to do this, or to change the way they display this information?
I'll kick us off. So I think when we first started talking about stir-shaken and displaying, first of all, First Orion, we supply the technology to authenticate and verify, right? We're not, the carriers are the ones that make decisions about what's displayed on the screen to their end customers. Now back to the conversation. When you do an authentication and a verification, as we discussed earlier, it doesn't mean it's a good or a bad person on the other end of the call, right? It just tells you where the call originated from. And so I think one of the things that we all need to be concerned about is educating consumers so that when they see that display, if you're going to display some sort of green check mark or call validated, that you're not misleading the consumer with it's a good call, it's a good person. And so the thing to be careful there is just deploying a stir-shaken solution without any analytic solution behind it, helping you discern, is it an illegal call or is it a nuisance call or who is this? That can be dangerous, right? Nobody wants to get a call verified telephone call and then on the other end it be a bad guy trying to get information. So that's one of the concerns I think that everybody's focused on right now and how is that going to be viewed on handsets that get displayed. And then again, you've got the issue with the OEMs that create the handsets where that can be displayed, and then Clark down there is trying to figure out how to display that on just a 15-character handset display. And so what's that going to look like versus a nice, pretty smartphone? So there's definitely a lot of challenges, and I don't know that the industry certainly hasn't consolidated to create one answer yet. And I'm not sure we're ever going to get to a single answer, but it's definitely worthy of debate. And I'm sure my colleagues here, they've done some surveys, and we'll be able to talk about that.
And I think there's been also evolution in thought that we need to recall, because we've been busy working at this for the last 2 years, to the point where we maybe forget the context of where we started and where we are now. So maybe 2 years ago, people were envisioning that this verse stat will be directly translated to a specific display on the handset. At a station A will equal this, at a station B will equal that, and so on. But right now, people realize that's not going to be the case, because the attestation level is going to feed into some intelligence, some analytics function, and then be able to determine what is the message that you're trying to send to the consumer about this call. And I totally agree that we have to be very cautious about what we're displaying, because the devil calling with an attestation level A is definitely the case you want to avoid.
And I think the best hope at this point is, with the adoption of STIR/SHAKEN, the strength that brings to analytics to better detect illegal calls, that it will be, while STIR/SHAKEN itself is not a safe signal to directly lead to consumer display, it is, that additional strength is a very motivating factor for, I would hope, for carriers to adopt analytic solutions, because they know that can translate to a good service, a good protection for their customers.
And I think that between the STIR/SHAKEN deployments, which again will feed better information, more accurate information to analytics, and the FCC offering regulatory relief like a safe harbor, you will see more carriers willing to block and label calls. And I mean, we know today that 8 out of 10 people do not answer the phone if all they see is a telephone number. Whether you add STIR/SHAKEN validation to say caller validated or verified, or they still won't answer the call. So the more information that we can provide to the subscriber on the device, I think the better.
I think we'd also want to make sure that there's an opportunity for callers who are inadvertently blocked to be able to solve for that pretty quickly, to be able to identify with feedback from the network that the call was blocked and be able to come to a solution for that. Because, as Jonathan said, there are plenty of legit robocallers and legit spoofed numbers that could, inadvertently get caught up in this.
So, as was mentioned in the last bit of conversation, some of your organizations have actually done some research and consumer trials on how to best display SHAKEN STIR authentication information to consumers. Could, I know, for example, Lavinia and Jonathan, both of your organizations have. Could you guys maybe give us a little bit of information about those studies?
Sure. So I believe Haya did one of the first usability studies that was based on STIR/SHAKEN signaling. We tested both positive marks, the green check mark, the verified number cases, and also negative, various strings to try and warn that this is a spoofed call, it's potential fraud. In both cases, the results were quite similar, in that what we found is the nuance of the display didn't seem to make much of a difference, but displaying anything had a pretty significant impact on how consumers reacted to the phone call. But especially importantly, there wasn't a chance to get across, in our findings anyway, any subtlety in the message. In the case of the positive calls, as we were saying before, we tried messages that would say, I'm not telling you this is necessarily a good call, I can just assure you that it's not spoofed. This is a valid number. It may or may not be a call you actually want. And the results were that people were far more likely to pick up those calls, and in a way worse, they were far less likely, having experienced that, to pick up calls that then lacked that, which, as we know, will be quite a lot of calls for quite a long time. On the negative front, the nuance we tried to get across was that the call was being spoofed. There's really no point in you setting up a block against this phone number. This phone number is probably never going to call you again, and you're blocking the wrong person anyway. And that nuance also did not come through. Consumers were just as likely to block it, regardless of what we did. But they were far less likely to answer the phone. Far, far less likely.
Yeah, so in our study, so TNS, our Sequent mobile app division, conducted a user study, and we surveyed about 1,000 people. And I mean, some of the key findings, I think we already mentioned them. One of them was that displaying a stir-shaken indicator alone was not going to change the consumer's behavior on whether they were going to answer the call or not. 8 out of 10 people will not answer the call if all you show them is a telephone number and a stir-shaken validation indicator. And then, you know, consumers are equally likely to block an incoming call based on stir-shaken validation display alone. And, you know, we also looked at wanted calls because that was important. These are the things that people are waiting for, like your, you know, school calling, your doctor, your wine delivery. So these are things that people are going to answer the phone for. And so we realized that if you only display a telephone number, 21% of them are going to answer that call. And then if you provide a name, or if you provide a location where the call is coming from, or if you provide a logo, that jumps to 71%. So 71% of people, again, these are wanted calls, they're more likely to answer. So the question then is, how does stir-shaken work into this? And I think my answer would be the more information you can provide to the consumer based on stir-shaken validation, based on your analytics, based on whatever information you have to use, the more likely the consumer is to answer. If you just rely on stir-shaken and you provide a telephone number and an indicator, they're probably not going to answer the phone call.
So I'll pile on to the results here. For enhanced calls, as Lavinia was just talking about, we offer an enhanced calling service. And for stir-shaken alone, we're not seeing huge swings in the answer rates. But for those enhanced calls, where you can display some sort of trusted logo and information that's validated, we're seeing between 70 and 80% answer rates, which is a doubling and in some cases tripling of wanted call answer rates. That's pretty amazing. So I completely agree and would validate what they're saying.
Kathy, I know AARP also did a recent study on robocalls. Could you tell us a little about what you learned when it came to consumers opting in, and maybe how Shake and Stir might help?
Yeah, well, no surprise, we found out that everybody is getting, you know, all these calls. You know, that's pretty universal. What we also found out, though, and this really does get to like consumer reaction to things, most of the people that we surveyed, and this was nationally representative, they kind of know that scammers are spoofing and using fake phone numbers, but they'll pick up anyway. The data that you have is a little different from what we got from our survey. Mm-hmm. They were like, you know, if a number looks like it's coming from your location, your neighborhood, you're more likely to pick it up. A little less likely, but still likely to pick it up if it's from an area code where a family member lives. So it's really important that consumers have sort of, that we do enough education, and even enough education is never enough, right? It's always got to be out there, and we've got to be getting to people to help them to understand, you know, what's really happening in this space.
I'll just add one thing to that. I would completely agree with the declaratory ruling that's just occurred. Offering these services default as part, don't make people opt in, because we all know only a handful of people will take the action to opt in. These services have to be deployed as the default in the carrier networks to get ubiquitous adoption.
Great. So we've definitely heard some concerns about consumer confusion and that may arise from representations about a call being authenticated or partially authenticated or not authenticated. What do you see as the biggest challenges to addressing that confusion? And how would you like to move forward with that?
I'll take that one. Okay. So from our perspective, it's going to be communicating to the customer what the term really means. So if I'm, and consistency of that across other carriers and service providers. So if we say that it's verified and it's an A attestation or a full attestation, what does that mean to the consumer? Is it a trustworthy call every time? And if it's not, what is their recourse for that? So communication is going to be the biggest issue that I see here.
And I think we've seen evidence that consumer education can make a difference. So when a consumer reports to Hiya that they received a spam call today, they're 4 times more likely to use the term robocall in their description. And it's a similar story for spoof. And I think it can pretty much be directly related to the education efforts by the FCC and by the FTC to inform people more about these techniques, about these calls, and to sort of increase their general suspicion. So, as we move forward with Stir Shaken and we start to have an increase in these displays, I think that education just needs to continue so that this becomes familiar, and once it's familiar, then people will know how to respond.
And I would just say that, AARP has a pretty good track record of doing good consumer education and outreach. We have 38 million members, many more. Visit our website and read our periodicals. We stand ready to help in any way we can with that.
And we would like that help.
So let's talk a little more about education, since this is a good segue into sort of our next group of questions. As folks have mentioned, the FCC has a role in playing in educating consumers about potential spoof calls, scams, things like that. The FTC as well is very active in educating consumers. With Shaken and Stir implementation, though, the message may have to change a little bit. There may be some more challenges there with consumers understanding things. So what not only is the role for the FCC and the FTC and other maybe government agencies, but also carriers or even the call blocking companies and manufacturers, what are the roles for them and all of us really in consumer education for Shaken and Stir?
I mean, everybody has a role, right?
Okay.
I think that from the regulators all the way down to the service providers and those in between have a role in this. We educate our customers in many different ways. One of them will not be robocalling, but we will use our website and other marketing material that we have to educate them. And I think getting to a consistent message across the industry and across all of the organizations that are, everybody that's involved in this is going to be a very important part of being effective with that communication.
And I think what we should encourage carriers and businesses to adopt good calling practices and strive for A-level attestation. I think that's going to help a lot. I know we're working with our carrier partners to develop best practices, to develop public service announcements that we can help the consumer. I also think we need to be careful how we display any kind of failed attestation or gateway or any level of attestation that's not A level and it's not passed, because that will confuse the user. So I use the example with the grandma in your phone, she's in your contacts and you receive a call and it says unauthorized or not verified. So in our study, the user said, well, if I get a call from mom and she's in my address book and I see her picture, I'm going to answer. It doesn't matter what you display, right? But that's also confusing to them, because if that keeps happening, they don't understand. And you lose some of the value that Stir Shaken does deliver.
Yeah,
So
and
I
in
think-
the interim, piling onto that, in the interim, when calls are not 100%, or at least 100% of the calls are not shaken, then we run into that problem of you indicate that you have a bad call, but then you indicate you have no indicator on a call that hasn't been shaken. It creates confusion, and when does it become trustworthy? Do I just ignore every call? So we align on only, targeting, only displaying positive verifications for the top level at a station.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about accessibility. We were talking about displays and how some displays are only going to have 15 characters. Some displays are going to be a full screen for a smartphone. With Shake and Stir implementation, if things are going to start to show up on a consumer's device, have there been any studies, or is there any thoughts of the panelists about how we can make this display accessible to all consumers, including those with low vision or maybe other disabilities?
So we touched on that in the display guidelines, the display guidelines document that I mentioned before, not in great detail or to the extent of a large-scale study. However, if you look back at some of the consumer services that I referred to in my presentation, there used to be a lot of equivalents to, so you would have audible caller ID, you would have blinking lights on the caller ID box for the hearing impaired, for example. So a lot of that, and we researched some of the applications that are available, let's say in iPhones, etc. Some of them already support these capabilities that would help with the final display. So Stir Shaken would not have to worry about that. You don't have to make any modifications to that. You just have to worry about at the final display stage, what do you do? And there were even some remarks we made in the guidelines about the choice of colors that you are using in your iconography for people that are, for example, colorblind. So it's been touched on, but not a whole, not like I said, a large-scale study.
Okay.
I would just say that all of us, regardless of our age or abilities, deserves relief from these illegal robocalls and spoofing. So I would just encourage the industry, and I believe there's already a lot of work with consumer groups, but make informed decisions about what is accessible, and work closely with consumer groups and get that information so that you're making informed calculations on that.
Well, I think you're right. Like every consumer group deserves relief from robocalls, but in a way, I almost feel like the conversations around exactly what to display, they shouldn't be our primary focus right now, because done properly, and certainly all of our goals, we shouldn't have to display anything at all. I mean, if you look at email, when email spam was a significant problem, and there started to get filters for that, you don't now receive this positive mark on every email that you receive that's not spam. They just removed the spam. And that's in the end is our goal. Like, we shouldn't have to make the consumer understand the difference between a good call and a bad call. We should just not give them the bad calls. So that's really where we're hoping Stir Shaken can come in to help with analytics, so that we can actually just remove the bad calls from the network completely. And then the consumer doesn't have the onus of trying to understand.
I would like to amend my comments and say what he said.
Yeah, we agree also, but there's probably a short-term and long-term view of that. The short-term is give them the positively verified calls from our perspective, and then long-term is don't give them anything but positive calls.
And so TNS, we don't do anything special in the mobile app. However, if you have a screen reader, you can read the warnings and the labels. Displaying an icon is problematic because some of the screen readers can't pick that up. So if you can, stay away from that, that would probably be better for the consumer experience. On the landline, we offer, like one of our carriers displayed a spam ? So that can be read, and again, the screen readers. And also there is, I think there are whisper tones that you can play, so then you can hear what's going on as the incoming call comes in while the phone is ringing for folks that need that kind of service.
Okay. I use what's called the mom test. I usually call my 77-year-old mother and run things by her, when we're talking about what would she expect to see. And I'm not even sure she knows who her carrier is, right? And she just has a phone and answers the telephone. And, you know, when I think about how we've solved the problem, I think someone mentioned email and, you know, the concept of junk email, and people know that, oh, if I didn't get something, maybe I do go look in that junk email box and see, oh, yeah, there it is, and I can mark it not junk. And so there's that feedback loop with the analytics providers and the carriers of, oh, you know, we got one wrong. And so I think, you know, it's important to look for ways to minimize the need for users to do anything. And so some of these tips and techniques, I think, are all actions and functionality that are being talked about and explored. But, you know, at the end of the day, I would opt for things that are more simple for a consumer rather than more complex. And then, you know, the flip side of that is actually giving businesses, people that are trying to make legitimate calls to their customers and consumers, the ability to make those calls in a more secure, transparent way so people know who's calling and what do they want, and they can make that informed decision to answer the call or not and don't have to guess about, you know, should I answer this or not.
So we're getting very close to time. So are there any other issues that voice service providers, vendors, or the FCC, or really any of us should be thinking about when it comes to Shake and Stir implementation and the consumer experience?
So I think I had one final thought on that. So we just would like to stress that call spoofing is a tool that illegal robocallers use in order to collect money. It is not the only tool, and not all illegal calls require it. So when we talk about Stir Shake, we have to keep in mind it's not going to address all of the illegal calls. And in fact, some of the most dangerous illegal calls are the ones where no one realizes it was illegal in the first place. You get a call from a charity, they're collecting donations, they collect it using credit card, not some weird gift card down the street, because you'll never report it. You had no idea that wasn't a real charity, and your money was just stolen. They don't have to spoof because they don't have to worry about traceback, because no one's ever going to catch them. And those are the ones that are the most scary, and they're the ones that we're most worried about. As Stir Shaking gets adopted, we remove the spoofing as a major tool. What are they going to do next? How are they still going to make money?
So there are still issues that we have to address, like, you know, Stir Shaken is not going to be broadly adopted overnight. You still have TDM carriers out there. You know, there's no industry consensus on what we should display. Should everyone just, you know, so there are issues out there that we still have to work through, like the legitimate spoofing of telephone numbers. So international spoofing. However, I see a lot of collaboration amongst us here on the panel today and in the other industry groups, like the IPNNI group. I know Richard has the SIP forum. I mean, there's a lot of collaborations, and although we may compete during the day, we do work together to figure out a way how to really protect consumers from bad robocalls.
I'll just wrap up with this. I won't make everybody raise their hands, but I'm guessing everybody in this room probably has at least one mobile phone in their pocket, and maybe even a landline at home. And most of the companies that you get that service from probably have a solution in place today, some sort of call protection solution in place today. And I would just encourage you to go enable that service and start participating in, when you get unwanted calls, you know, file complaints, report that. If something's not right, you know, if you get a good call and it's improperly tagged, you know, let us know about that. Because the more the consumer bodies react and interact with the services, the better those services get. So just really encourage everyone to do that regardless of who your carrier is.
And I would just add that those services, blocking services, really need to be free of charge, because we know what the scammers are going to do, right? They're going to find the people who can't afford that extra couple of bucks a month to put a scam blocking service on and go after them. So I would just say it should be free for everybody.
And I'll make one more push for all IP interconnection. We need to get it enabled.
Well, we're right at time, and I really want to thank our entire panel. This has been a very engaging and informative discussion. We look forward to continuing these discussions as we move forward with implementation of Shaken and Stir. So please join me in thanking our panel. And if I could ask everyone to remain seated, Chairman Pai is going to address our group here, so I want to introduce Chairman Ajit Pai to come to the lectern.
Oh, thank you so. So you're the one who's happy. Thank you. Well, thanks so much, Patrick, for the introduction, and thanks to all of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here today. This is the fullest we've seen the room in some time. Also, happy Cheer Up the Lonely Day. It's apparently a national holiday, as is National Mojito Day, and I have to think the two of those go together. We don't have mojitos on tap, but what I can offer is some camaraderie over one of the critical issues that affects consumers across this country. Before I get into my remarks, though, I do want to extend my gratitude to those who have made today possible, and that is, of course, the distinguished participants on our various panels. I really appreciate your sharing your insights on these issues, as well as representatives from industry, from the public interest community, consumer advocates, and others who are helping us solve this problem. I also want to thank the terrific FCC staff, some of whom you've gotten to hear from today. Many people helped to put this together, there are too many to name, but I especially want to thank the indefatigable Chris Monteith, the chief of the Wireline Competition Bureau, the fantastic Lisa Hone, who has done terrific work on these issues, Patrick Weber, who's the chief of our Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, Rosemary Harold, who's the chief of our Enforcement Bureau, who's taken the lead on the enforcement side, as well as our chief technology officer, Eric Berger. And I think you can get a sense from the fact that I've named people from various bureaus and offices that this is indeed an all-hands-on-deck effort for the FCC. There is a huge turnout, I suspect, on this issue, in part because this is the top consumer complaint that we have gotten consistently year over year. For many years, the number one source of consumer complaints has been these unwanted robocalls, including from my own mom, my own mother-in-law, and many of my friends. 232,000 complaints were filed in 2018, and according to one outside estimate, U.S. consumers receive something like 145 million of these a day, 1,700 every single second. I've myself got one on the way into work this morning. Amazing how many free Marriott vacations I've won. I'm a very lucky person. But that is, in response to that, that's why we've made attacking these unwanted robocalls our top consumer protection priority. Now, to be clear, as those of you know who've been laboring in these unfortunate waters, there is no silver bullet on this issue. But we think a big part of the solution is establishing a caller ID authentication framework. We think, and I think many in this room do as well, that that is critical to combating illegal spoofed robocalls. That's, of course, why we are here today. Last year, and repeatedly again earlier this year, I called on major voice providers to implement the fantastically named Shake and Stir framework by the end of the year. And one of the reasons why we're here is to monitor the progress that has been made. I've been encouraged by some of the things that came out of this morning's first panel. I was especially pleased to hear from major voice service providers on the substantial deployments they have made for Shake and Stir in their own networks. And I understand that they are exchanging or will exchange assigned calls with the other carriers by the end of the year. And that's going to be incredibly important as we see this framework develop. I was also, I took with interest the first panel highlighting not only the work of many providers individually, but also cooperatively to bring trust back into the phone network for consumers. That is one of the things I consistently hear on emails and tweets that I get. We used to be able to rely on this device as a thing that empowered us, and now it's something we try to actively resist because we simply can't trust that the phone number that is showing up is from somebody that we trust. One of the panelists this morning noted that this is one of the rare issues where competitors can come together, and that once companies started sharing ideas, that's when progress really started to accelerate. And as we see in so many areas of telecom, just as in parenthood, when everyone plays well in the sandbox, ultimately everybody is better off. And so I want to encourage that kind of cooperation. I also noted one of the morning panelists put it well, everyone in the industry is in it together. That goes for consumers too. And so we certainly appreciate this sense of unified purpose that you bring. I also appreciate the offer from many panelists to partner with smaller providers. I would certainly encourage smaller carriers to take them up on the offer, and any of the bigger carriers who are out there, please do work as much as you can towards a cooperative solution that works for everybody, regardless of the type of carrier. That said, we are believers in that old Reagan axiom, trust but verify. And so I want to reiterate again this afternoon that we are prepared to go to rules here at the FCC in early 2020 if major providers don't meet that end of the year deadline. I also appreciated that you've spent this morning talking about how Shake and Stir can improve the consumer experience. I know that you heard a story this morning from AARP that I think really captured the challenge. An 81-year-old woman who's defrauded out of $80,000 as part of a Social Security imposter scam. A scam in which the fraudsters called her again, this time posing as an FBI agent, claiming to help go after the first imposter. And this is something that I just frankly find disgusting. We hear about it all the time. We heard about a scam targeting vulnerable populations in New York, Chinese language immigrants, for example. And those scammers managed to get, I think, something like $10 million out of a whole bunch of Chinese-speaking consumers in New York City. Those are the kinds of scams that obviously are just preying on the vulnerable populations that we need to protect. I know the second panel offered us all a view into the impressive work that's being done by a wide variety of organizations to identify and to stop unwanted robocalls that enable the scam artists, and the important ways that Shake and Stir being deployed has already helped that work. That's it for Shake and Stir. I know there's a lot more to come, but I want to thank you again for the work you've done on that front. I would simply note that this is, again, just one part of the solution that the FCC is pursuing. As you might have seen, we recently adopted a declaratory ruling to make clear that phone companies can block these unwanted robocalls by default as a default setting for consumers. And I'm encouraged by the announcement of one of the major providers this week that it will offer call blocking by default. This is the kind of thing we want to see broadened. We've also set up a reassigned numbers database to allow the legitimate callers to know that if a phone number has been reassigned, they don't end up pinging somebody who never signed up for those calls. There are a lot of folks out there, pharmacies, schools, and the like, who want that kind of clarity, and our hope is that the reassigned numbers database gives them some of that. We've also proposed a safe harbor to phone companies that block some of these calls that don't have proper caller ID authentication. Our Enforcement Bureau, which I mentioned earlier, led by the able Rosemary Harold, has issued record fines against scammers, and we continue to be a vigorous cop on the beat. And then just this week, I circulated new rules banning malicious caller ID spoofing of text messages and international calls. I blogged about it yesterday in about an hour and 10 minutes, hopefully. You'll be able to see the actual text of that proposal for yourself. So we'll be voting on it on August 1st, but thanks to a process reform I introduced about 2 years ago, you can now actually read it before we vote on it. Radical solution, I know. Anyway, I want to thank you again for all of your attention to this particular issue. It's our top consumer protection priority. I know it's important to many of you too, and we look forward to gleaning the wisdom that you share and incorporating it into our decisions as we move forward. Thank you so much.
So I'm pretty sure that the only good reason to follow up on comments from the chairman is to announce that it's lunchtime. So thank you all so much to the panelists this morning. Double thanks to Chris and Hala for level setting before each of our panels. I learned a lot. I enjoyed the dialogue. And thank you to the moderators too. And please, everybody be back here by 1:30 when we will start the next session.
That's all right. No, we're just going to start the afternoon portion of the summit. So it looks like everyone's taking their seats, and our panelists. Great. Well, welcome back. Thank you for coming back for this afternoon portion. My name is Heather Hendrickson. I will be co-moderating the third panel on small voice service providers. I will be co-moderating with Eric Berger, the Commission's Chief Technology Officer. But before we get to the panel, we have a presentation from Brent Struthers from Addis. He is going to give an overview of the Shake and Stir Governance Authority. I know myself And Eric and my colleagues in the Competition Policy Division have been working closely with Brent. We have been involved in the creation and implementation of the Governance Authority, and we have called on Brent for many meetings and calls, and he has been a great collaborator, and we appreciate that. And I know he's going to say this in his presentation, and I don't want to steal his thunder, but the policy administrator and their certificate authorities will be up and running by the end of the year. And so sorry, I just had to say that. So thanks, Brent. Come on up.
Thank you. So no pressure there. So good afternoon. Thanks for everybody for coming back after lunch. Thank you to the chairman, the FCC, and of course the FCC staff who put this event together. And thank you for, on behalf of Addison, its membership, and the STIGA and its board, thank you for inviting us to speak here today. So we do have some slides. Those can we put the slides up? Aha, there we go. Excellent. A few years back, the FCC asked the industry to undertake an effort to find a solution to mitigate the robocalling and caller ID spoofing issues we were having. Out of that was born what's called the Robocall Strike Force, and the industry-led effort to come up with a solution called Stir Shaken. You heard a detailed description of Stir Shaken from Chris Wendt this morning, and Hala also talked about it a good bit in her presentation. In short, it is a solution that uses digital signatures to validate caller ID and provide proof of where a phone call is originating. So while Stir Shaken is not a silver bullet, or as my general, the hardest working general counsel in the country, Tom Good from Addis, says sometimes the magic bullet. I use that phrase because I like it. It's a critical step taken by the industry to make it easier for service providers to determine if a telephone number has been illegally spoofed. Stir and Shaken are a set of standards that define how service providers will share information about the origin of a phone call. Those standards define a solution designed to work for end-to-end IP calls. But it's more than just a solution for end-to-end IP calls. It includes a governance model. The governance model is designed to allow the industry the flexibility to make the necessary changes to that solution over time to both stay ahead of and react to what has proven to be an ever-changing threat from robocallers. I think you heard this morning, Chris Wendt mentioned that the bad actors, that we will have to react to them. They'll make changes as we implement solutions. The governance model that was designed by the industry helps with that reaction. It allows us the flexibility to move forward quickly. There are three primary components to the governance model. The first one, as you see circled up on the screen, the governance authority. The governance authority is set up to define the rules that govern the assignment of the STI certificates. These are the certificates that carriers will use to sign calls, to authenticate the caller ID. And the governance authority has to set the rules up in working with the policy administrator to determine who can get those certificates and how they'll be used. We also select, as I think somebody else said this morning, Linda talked about this morning, was the selection of the policy administrator. So the STIGA announced the selection of the policy administrator, iConnective, at the end of May. And iConnective and the STIGA are working to get the policy administrator stood up. And that's part of what, as Heather noted, will be up by the end of the year in December. The second, there's kind of three parts to that governance authority. Addis plays the legal and administrative function for the governance authority. We have an STIGA board, which consists of 12 members that, Linda talked about this a good bit this morning, are very diverse community, service provider companies, all involved in the ecosystem. And then we have a technical committee of some of the brightest people, and two of them were mentioned this morning. Chris Wendt is one of the co-chairs of that technical committee, and Martin Dolly of AT&T is the other. And then we have a number of other carriers that also have members on that technical committee, and they're the ones that advise the board to make sure that the board's making the correct technical decisions or bringing technical issues such as how are the bad guys reacting to when we implement Stir Shaken in the network? How are they reacting? What types of policy decisions should we possibly go forward with? The second component of the governance authority is the policy administrator. That's one where we said we announced them at the end of May. So we've got them, it's iConnectives on board. The policy administrator is going to apply the rules that are set up by the STIGA, the governance authority. They vet and they approve the different certificate authorities, which are the third component of the governance structure. The certificate authorities, I'm going to talk about them in a second, but the policy administrator sets the rules of the road or enforces the rules of the road to make sure the certificate authorities are assigning certificates to the right providers. And they also vet and approve the different providers to make sure we're allowing the right people into the Shaken ecosystem. What we don't want is a lot of people that are basically untrusted, signing calls and validating calls. And so we're trying to set up the rules so that we keep the ecosystem among trusted providers, carriers, and that the untrusted folks don't necessarily get in. And it's the policy administrator's job to make sure that doesn't happen. They sign something called service provider tokens. Those are not the digital certificates we use to sign calls. That's essentially, you've been approved as a provider to get a digital certificate. Now you can go to your certification authority and you can ask them for that certificate, and then you get that certificate and use it to sign a call and validate caller ID. Hopefully that all makes sense. They also maintain a secure list of all the certificate authorities. And so the PA is responsible for vetting the certificate authorities, making sure that the rules that we have set specifically for secure telephone identity are followed by the certificate authorities. And they put a list of those certificate authorities out for the industry to see, and the industry can go say, well, I need to join this ecosystem. I need to get a certificate so I can sign calls, so I can go to one of these different authorities to get my certificates. So the third part of this ecosystem, of this governance framework, is the certification authority. We released on Monday a call, kind of an outreach, looking for names of certification authorities or certification authorities that would be interested in taking part in the ecosystem. That's not the first step. We've already been working with certificate authorities, a number of them. We're just trying to broaden the outreach to bring more of them into the fold. Eventually, we'll have these certificate authorities likely take part in the acceptance test. We'll have them come on and we'll create the list, and carriers later this year will be able to sign up with a certificate authority or certificate authorities and start getting their certificates. So that's the governance model. It's that three-part: governance authority, policy administrator, and certificate authorities. I think this was generally described this morning pretty well as to how this works. This is just kind of another iteration of your 3 levels of attestation. You've heard it called full, partial, or gateway, or levels A, B, or C. Basically, on the bullets here, it's full. If I, as a provider, know the customer, and I know that customer has the right to use that number, I might give it a partial attestation if I know the customer, but I don't necessarily know that they have the right to use that number. Maybe it's a customer that's using the number assigned by another provider, or it's a gateway for pretty much everything else. A call that comes in, I say, I can pinpoint where that call came onto my network, and I will use that point to assign an origination ID or orig ID, and you can use that for traceback. So we assign those 3 levels of attestation. The calls are going to come across with something called an orig ID, which will identify the carrier, the customer, or the point the call came onto the network, which again we can use for traceback. So that's Stir Shaken in a nutshell. Here's some dates, and this is what Heather tried to steal my thunder with a little earlier. We, as the STIGA, are committing to get this implemented by the end of the year. And by implemented, oh, by the way, there's also a target date of December 11th, but we're committing to the end of the year. By implementing, I mean we're going to have the STIPA up and running. They'll be up, operational, able to assign those service provider tokens to carriers. We will have CAs available to assign digital certificates to carriers. Carriers will be able to use those certificates to authenticate calls. In other words, operational. That's what we're committing to have up by the end of the year. There's some next steps. If you want to mark our progress, we are working right now on contract execution with the STIPA. We are working on finalizing the funding mechanism. So this whole thing, the STIPA and the STIGA, need to be paid for. Today, the providers that operate as the STIGA board have paid for that structure. Going forward, those costs are going to be spread amongst a larger industry that adopts the solution. So the STIGA is finalizing the funding mechanism, their certificate policy development. While we're negotiating the contract, while we're talking to CAs, we're coming up with, along with the PA, we're coming up with the certificate policy, decides what providers can play and how the certificates are going to work. Again, we're doing the CA recruitment and vetting. That's part of what the announcement we had on Monday. We're also reaching out to CAs behind the scenes, the folks we know, to see if they're interested and get them involved in the process. The PA is building their system. We're still working on the contract, but they've got the technical work already technical work's already going to make sure that system gets built on time. The acceptance testing, that's another milestone at some point. Once the PA gets their system built, we'll have a group of providers and probably CAs that will be doing some acceptance testing to make sure the system works according to the specifications. And then the last part, of course, is that acceptance. When the STIGA decides that the PA system is up and running as it's expected, we will give it the acceptance, and then we can go live. So hopefully by December 11th, but by all means by the end of the year. That's the governance model. Thank you.
Thank you, Brent. That was very helpful, and we appreciate all your work, and Tom Good and all the ADIS staff. We appreciate all the work you've done on the Governance Authority. So I think now we will move into our third and last panel of the day. We are focusing on smaller voice service providers and their deployment of Shake and Stir. Just to reintroduce myself, I'm Heather Hendrickson. I'm an Assistant Division Chief in the Competition Policy Division of the Wireline Competition Bureau. I will be co-moderating with Eric Berger, the Commission's Chief Technology Officer. We're very fortunate to have Eric on this panel. He has extensive knowledge on Shake and Stir. In addition to authoring Shake and Stir standards publications, he was involved in the Stir working group formation, I believe in 2013, and has been active ever since. Since serving as the Commission's Chief Technology Officer since 2017, he's worked on many issues at the Commission, but has told me that he came to the Commission to address robocalls, and specifically to promote the ubiquitous deployment of Shake and Stir. And Eric has been involved as the competition policy staff and other Commission staff in developing this summit and the panels and the discussions. And to have a robust summit to talk about deployment of Shake and Stir across the entire voice service industry, it's essential that we hear from smaller voice providers and their experiences and the challenges that they face, as well as the organizations that are supporting their deployment. And we have a great representation on this panel this afternoon. I won't go into their bios. It should be in the program, but I will just quickly note that we have Dave Freegan and Denny Law representing small carriers serving South Dakota and Illinois. We have Brian Ford from NTCA, which represents over 800 small service providers and rural providers. We also have Jim Dalton, Ram Ramanathan, and Joe Whedon from the vendor community. And while we don't endorse vendors, we are very happy for their participation to provide us insights and their ideas on technological solutions to the challenges that the small voice service providers face. So thank you for being here. And I think with that, we will get straight into the discussion. So I'll start this morning. We heard that the major voice service providers will be implementing Shake and Stir in 2019. And we heard just from Brent that the certificate authorities will be up and running by the end of the year. So Denny, perhaps you can start off by telling us what you think the path forward is for Shake and Stir deployment for smaller providers.
Thank you, Heather. I think probably a couple of things to set the foundation for what the path will be for many, if not all, small rural service providers is really kind of a combination of two things. First and foremost is what is the vendor community that supports companies such as mine? What are the products, suites of services, upgrades that are going to be necessary to my platform to technologically implement it? And when we do that implementation, are there other parts of my network that may not be shake and stir related, but still impact parts of my network that would perhaps need to be addressed. That's one item. I think the second item is interconnection and IP interconnection specifically. There is not a lot of IP interconnection in the rural market today, and what the rules of the road for IP interconnection will be in the future will have a large impact on rural carriers' ability to implement this in a timely fashion.
I know, Dave, if you would like to.
Sure, thank you. I agree definitely with Denny. From a smaller rural perspective, I think we need first to get this off the ground, and I think, we're set to do that by this fall, to have the standards set and, to get through a full cycle. Once that happens, I think the smalls will have a platform to look at and to be able to jump on board. So in order to get off the ground, I think, number one, we've got to educate, and the STIGA board has an outreach program. They have done an incredible job there, so that's a good start. There will be different technologies needed, obviously, there was comments made this morning that we're not reinventing the wheel as we evolve as telephone companies. This does change our networks significantly. So in my eyes, in my view, from a small, I feel like we are going to be changing the network significantly, and that will be a big undertaking, especially when you think about the smalls. There's 800 plus smalls with the NTCA, and that's 800 different board of directors and decision makers as to how they're going to do that and when they're going to do that. So that's quite a challenge.
And Heather, thank you for having me here on behalf of my 850 members, along with two of my smartest members. I'll try not to talk much because there's not much I can add to what they're going to say, but I will say, so of our 850 members, Dave said, the separate boards, they're all very small companies. We're talking 6,000 customers on average. I think Dave has 3,500. So when you hear the vendor community talk about costs of low six figures, mid six figures per year for us to do this, it's not a shocking amount of money to most people in the room, but to a company where they have to figure out how to recover that from 3,500 customers or not recover that, that's a heck of a lot of money. So when we talk about past implementation, I think of a couple different ideas for solutions. For the small number of my members that are still TDM, gateway attestation is a potential path forward, and we can get into that a little bit more. And then out-of-band shake and stir, I think, is an additional solution for some of those members, and for some of those members that are all IP that maybe their networks are a little bit older and they might not be able to pass that certificate. So those, and of course the IP interconnection issue is an issue that every single one of my members will face.
Okay, well, hearing from the service providers, it looked like kind of to the vendors, and what role are you all playing in getting people to implementing shake and stir? Joe, do you thoughts on that?
Yeah, sure. So as a vendor, we actually have a very important role particularly when it comes to the small service providers. We're fortunate enough as having had the experience with the larger service providers of having deployed Stir Shaken into two of the largest service providers in the country. We can then take that experience to we've got about 500 smaller carrier customers in North America as well, in the US as well. So we're able to take that experience, and unlike the large service providers, they don't have the staff, the resources to be able to keep up with the standards, understand all the nuances of Stir Shaken and so on. What they come to us and they say, we need something that, as Brian says, is going to be low cost. If they've only got 500 subscribers in a rural telephone company in Idaho, so just the local telephone company, they don't have a lot of money to spend on these kind of solutions. So they need it to be low cost. They need it to be incredibly easy to roll out. As Denny was saying, we can't upgrade large portions of our network to get this in. That really increases the costs and complexities. It's got to be as simple as possible to roll out. It's also got to be a complete solution. So there's been a lot of talk today about how Stir Shaken is only one part of the puzzle. that there's the analytics piece as well. Well, a small service provider doesn't want to be buying a stir shaken from one vendor and analytics from someone else. They need a complete package solution. So the way we've been able to address this is to avoid actually having to put anything in the network at all. So using the cloud technology to be able to deliver a managed service. So we partnered with, we have a stir shaken solution. We partnered with Transaction Network Services. Lavinia Kennedy was on one of the earlier panels. They have an analytics solution. We've been able to take those two technologies, combine it into a single package solution, and put that into the cloud. So that allows our smaller customers, where a large service provider may have taken 12 to 18 months to, from project inception to rolling out Stir Shaken, we've been able to get some of our smaller customers up and running in a trial in a matter of days. So that helps with the cost problem, because we can use cloud economics to be able to deliver a local solution. That helps with the easy to roll out, because we can avoid any kind of in-network installation. We can make it as simple as possible, and we can give them the whole solution as well.
Yeah, and one thing I found out is I kind of over-optimized here. I know you guys, it's like small carriers, it's obvious what you do, but for some people here, it might not be obvious what Metaswitch and Ribbon and TransNexus do. So Joe, if you could briefly do that, and then we are going to, Ram and Jim, we'll have you jump in as well.
Yeah, so we're a core communications software provider, and so we have our SoftSwitch voice application server, which delivers voice services. When you make a telephone call, it is our technology that actually delivering that voice service. So we have that deployed at, say, about 500 customers in the US, from the very smallest 500 line rural telco in South Dakota up into the largest carriers in the country as well.
Thanks, and Ram?
Yep. So I represent Ribbon Communications. So Ribbon is a telecommunications company that services voice and data customers. We have over 200 customers, tier 1, tier 2 customers around the globe. About 500 of the smaller customers, two of the customers here are our Ribbon customers. So over 500 small customers as well. So that's kind of the Ribbon's background, and we were one of the pioneers in terms of having a conversion strategy from TDM to IP starting 20 years back. Now it's mostly getting to IP, but we still have pockets of TDM that we'll talk about today. But that's kind of the background for Ribbon Communications.
And Jim?
So TransNexus, we're a vendor to telecom service providers, and our customers are typically urban CLECs, rural CLECs, independent in the rural areas, as well as IP interconnected service providers. And what we provided them is a policy server that works with any soft switch or session border controller that they use for applications such as least cost routing, and Shaken is a feature of our application. So those customers who are using our platform now, who have upgraded to our latest releases, they're already using our platform for Shaken authentication and verification. And that's basically, as a software provider, how we serve our customers to help them support Shaken.
Yeah, well, as Ram kind of hinted, and Jim, you kind of went there, and Denny, you actually said it. I mean, there are small providers who are doing IP, it sounds like, and we heard earlier that, well, hey, there's an issue. TDM kind of is a challenge for Shaken, and saying, we need to get everyone to do it. But I'm hearing that there are small providers that are all IP. So I was wondering if you had any thoughts on barriers to Stir Shaken deployment in your kinds of environments.
Well, I think you have a couple of things that go with that, Eric. You're right. I'll break this into two sections. There is my organization's network, and internally, how do we meet the requirements to implement this? And then the secondary aspect is, if I'm able to technologically meet all those requirements, how do I then transmit that to the rest of the world so that all the other carriers, thousands of carriers around the globe, quite frankly, that we connect to, or indirectly or directly, how do we transmit that necessary information? While there are some carriers in the rural space that are 100% IP or a majority IP, I think what you would also find is, as it relates to interconnection, how we interface with other carriers in our space, the vast majority in the rural space today is still in a TDM interconnection perspective. And so until the IP interconnection rules of the road are put in place, that's going to be a pretty large hurdle for all the companies to get over. From my perspective, I think I'll say the current rules surrounding interconnection for TDM networks should be the rules that should remain in place for IP interconnection for rural carriers. I think that will help facilitate a quicker transition to IP as well as opportunities to implement STIR/SHAKEN.
Yeah, Brian?
Yeah, so I'd like to, on that TDM IP thing, I feel like I should change my title to I don't work for the TDM Association. I think about it all the time. Somebody from Verizon the other day, I've known him for a while. It's like, oh, you guys are the TDM guys, right? I'm like, come on, you know that. We're not. I'd be shocked if more than 20% of my members still have those old Class 5 Lucent TDM switches. And the ones that do, we're talking tiny little companies in Iowa and Nebraska and South Dakota, and that have 1,000 customers, maybe 2,000 at the most, really tiny, little companies. But of course, the ones that have moved to that IP soft switch, there is that IP interconnection issue that we have to solve. And I would say NTCA has actually been a leader in that IP transition issue. Back in 2012. At the same time, but separately, both AT&T and NTCA filed petitions for rulemaking asking the FCC to start the IP transition and start to look at that. We've been talking about this issue anywhere and everywhere we can for the last 7 years. And I get that it's complicated, and I see Rich Shockey smiling over there. We've talked about this issue a lot. He's been trying to solve it for years, and it is something that we do need to sort out. But now the time has come to finally sort out that issue, because then that can go a long way towards my guys being able to participate in STIR/SHAKEN for the benefit of their consumers and other consumers as well.
Yeah. Jim, do you have stuff in that? Because you mentioned that you got SHAKEN in your product.
Yeah, absolutely, we do. And I thank you for letting me elaborate on that. So, signing and authenticating calls is easy. It's just a software feature. But as you guys have noticed, and this is what our customers are experiencing real time, it's hard to really use, even if you have an all-IP network. There are a lot of roadblocks within their own networks that they can solve. They can upgrade their equipment, and they're planning on that, but it doesn't happen quickly. And then, as y'all pointed out, there's so much that's out of their control. They're transit providers. If you've got an IP interconnect with, another big carrier, if you've got an IMS network, that's easy. But if you're relying on handing off calls for least cost routing for a variety of carriers, you're dependent on them and their entire path to support SHAKEN. And that's the world they live in. SHAKEN doesn't really work for them. They're all IP, they've done it, but it's not going to work for them. And also, a lot of these carriers, they route calls out SIP, but all their incoming calls come in through a feature group D tandem connection. That's their only choice. And they're really kind of worried that we're never going to be part of the trust anchor. And you feel like I'm being left behind. There's this trust anchor, which is amazing, but I can't participate. And they're really worried about it because it puts them in a bad situation because their customers, they're sick of robocalls, and they're starting to be, our customers, these providers are starting to see the occasional TDOS attack on a hospital or the sheriff's office or something like that, and they have no way to throttle those calls coming in over feature group D. So that's an area that, to expand the trust anchor to address those issues. And just saying you need to upgrade to SIP, it's just not that easy. So, we're trying to find workaround ways so they can participate in the trust anchor. And that's what we see as the big challenge.
Yeah, good. And the term was used earlier today. TDOS is a telephony denial of service attack, where we're bombing like a call center or a public safety answering point to the point where they can't answer calls, or a hospital or such.
Well, I would just like to ask perhaps Ram and Joe, you talked about, so we know that there are impediments and this sort of attestation divide between the IP and TDM networks. Could you just elaborate on the solutions that might be available now that could be used and while certain issues are getting sorted out? Yes.
Sure. So let me quickly touch on the IP side first and then get into TDM just for a quick minute. So on the IP side, I agree with some of my colleagues here, some of my competitors here, is that there are still challenges. Even though it's a SIP network, it's all IP, there's still a leg that could be TDM, right? There are still those challenges. But let's say everything is IP, it's 100% IP. There are still challenges for the smaller carriers. They don't have the scale as the big carriers do. They don't have the staff or the employees to do that. And there's just one more thing they have to do, right? They do all the other triple plays and all these other things and have to keep the quality up as much as the bigger guy, but then they have to do one more thing here. So there is still a challenge for the smaller carriers to resolve, to implement Stir Shake. And like Joe was saying, you know, we do have like a cloud-hosted solution which makes it easier to implement Stir Shake, and so you don't have to do it on-prem. We do have an on-prem solution, but you don't have to do on-prem. You can do it in the cloud, along with analytics and enhanced CNAME that we talked about earlier today. So there are different options of deployment to make it easier for smaller carriers, and once they like the hosted option, they get comfortable, they can bring it on-prem, right? There are options that we can deploy today. Now, coming to TDM. So TDM is a tricky issue. There are small carriers with TDM connections. I've known some big carriers that still have TDM interconnects and TDM connections to the enterprises, for example. So Stir Shaken only works when it's all IP, and it stops once the context is gone, once it gets to TDM. But there are ways to resolve that. Analytics is one way to resolve that. So once we employ analytics that looks at calling patterns and behavioral patterns and DDoS attacks and toll fraud, and puts all this together, including the last panel when we talked about crowdsourced data. When you put all this data together, and it takes time, learning takes time. But once we have good enough analytics, we can feed that back into the TDM network. And there are solutions that are in place today that we have. We can enhance that for Stir Shake and related analytics. So there are things we could do for TDM networks using analytics, not Stir Shaken, but analytics, to improve call blocking and try to get to the same level of quality and trust for the end subscriber that's off of a copper line.
Yeah, and just completely agree with Ram there, and just to expand on that a little bit, and I think this was talked a little bit about on some of the earlier panels. Even if you are in a carrier that is still only doing TDM, as your calls exit the TDM network and enter the IP network, that gateway attestation is going to happen there, and that stamps an origination identifier. So if you're a South Dakota rural carrier and someone's making calls, someone on your network is making calls from South Dakota numbers, as that enters the more trusted IP domain, that gets stamped. And the analytics will get used to seeing, okay, South Dakota numbers originate on the sort of trusted IP domain in this location. So if we start seeing South Dakota numbers appearing on an international gateway or to some other entry point of the network, that really helps the analytics. And so that doesn't leave the rural carrier behind. That actually means we can make a better decision in the analytics, even if your calls aren't actually being signed. And also, that rural carrier, that small carrier, can actually take advantage of those analytics in their own network. Even if they don't have Stir Shaken in their network, there's nothing about the analytics that requires IP. You can still integrate the network, so you can actually give your consumers on your network the benefit of those even better analytics from Stir Shaken. So you're not entirely left behind.
Good. So kind of going like the next level down, because we heard some concern about what would happen to your calls if they're not given an A attestation. So even in light of these analytics, is that still a concern, or do you think that these analytics will be able to address sort of this issue of you don't have the proper interconnect, or you don't, you're coming from a legacy network, that you're going to get a C attestation, but it's a consistent C attestation?
I would address the concerns really from one perspective, Eric, and that is rolling back the clock a few years, having to deal with robocall completion issues and the problems we had with getting calls to terminate on our networks at that point in time, even though they didn't reach it, makes me concerned. I wouldn't say skeptical, but certainly concerned of our customers' capabilities and abilities to terminate calls. Time will tell if that's a valid concern or not. We certainly want to be there, but that would be my primary concern.
Good, thanks. Dave?
I would say, you know, from our standpoint, you know, we've really, we've looked at this, and I think as Linda had said earlier in this morning's session, and I think we even saw it in the 11 o'clock session, that not a lot of these calls, and so I'm looking at the attestation level that possibly gateways may be given to the regular tier providers, the United States tier providers, and known sources. And so I feel, in working with the STI GA board, and I'm getting involved in the technical committee recently as well, that you know, possibly we could be looking at you know, again, where that traffic is coming from. I can tell you from our 3,500 subscribers that we are not doing any robocalling. So, that's an optimistic thought, and you know, the board has not adopted that theory at all, and I did talk to them about it recently this week, but that's kind of my viewpoint at looking at this, and maybe how we move forward until we all do go IP, that might be a possibility.
But, you know, we're saying that Linda and I have talked about that issue as well, and to her credit, she's been very willing to continue to have that discussion about how the gateway attestation would work. A couple points to make. You know, Dave said a lot of these calls aren't coming from our members' networks. To my knowledge, none of my members have been asked to participate in U.S. Telecom's industry traceback process because they've never been viewed as a source of suspicious calls. I think that says a lot about my members. That group has talked for years. Kevin Rupi introduced the concept to me a couple years ago, the know your customer concept. And I know some of the larger carriers actually have a know your customer agreement with upstream carriers. You know, I don't think there are a certain group of carriers out there that we have an idea of who they are and who they're originating calls. And the traceback group has talked to some of them, and there was a U.S. Telecom event a couple weeks ago. They talked to one guy, and who was he was allowing a lot of these calls to be originating on his network, and it's not one of my members, to be clear. And they said to him, well, how do you know you're originating hundreds of thousands of calls a day with junk caller ID? And his view was, you know, see no evil, hear no evil. And my members aren't going to do that. They're going to know their customers because they live in their communities. So. And then the final thing on the gateway attestation piece, I think the concern I've always had is how is that going to be treated on the caller ID display? I mean, I think what I heard this morning is that we're a few years away from where you're going to start to see that. And I think the gentleman from Hiya this morning said something about we shouldn't be putting the onus on the customer to make that decision about whether or not it's a good call or a bad call, particularly if it confuses customers. The data analytics should prevent the call from coming in the first place. I think that would be the best approach, and that would make it more likely that the gateway attestation is going to be a path for my guys to do this.
Good. And Jim, I want to turn to you for a minute, because I think of, what, kind of your original bread and butter at TransNexus. Are there tools out there for catching, when things do go wrong, where, because not all call origination is from, it's from a robocaller, but they're like taking over people's equipment and things like that.
Yeah, so Eric, there definitely are, and that's part of what we provide. But I'd like to just follow up a little bit on those comments, if you don't mind. And so I think it's important to reflect back to this. It looks like a bifurcation here of folks that are part of the trust network and folks that aren't. And I hear this again and again, and everything suggested makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate it. But, the little guy's kind of left out. He's relying on somebody else's analytics. He's relying on somebody's C attestation, which, who wants that? And I want to really encourage, everyone here, is there a way to give every carrier, the part of the public switch network, an equal footing in the trust anchor? And I do want to mention something that Brian mentioned about out-of-band stir. We're using that for our customers as a workaround to get started. I'm not saying it's the only way, but I think we need to look for ways to include everybody. My customers want attestation A. I'm a telephone company. I'm part of the public switch network. I should be able to do it. And, it doesn't have to be out-of-band stir, but there needs to be some mechanism that enables everybody. And also, it doesn't have to be, it doesn't seem like it should be protocol specific. It should be useful for any protocol. So anyway, that's, I want to just mention that point because I think it is important, and it's a kind of a challenge I think some of our smaller customers are concerned about. Analytics work, finding the bad guys, there's no doubt about it, but you know, it's nice to have control for customers to run the business, or carriers to run the business the way they want.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to say the C word. What about cost? Are you seeing cost as a barrier or an opportunity for deploying? And that I will obviously first open up to Dave and Denny, but you know, I love everybody to pipe in.
In talking with the FCC prior to this meeting, we talked about cost, and in discussing this with Brian, I tried to come up with an analogy that would be easy to understand. And so the analogy that I came up with was highways and cars. So the cost that Wabash Communications is going to incur to go fully IP, you know, would depend on the distance between the next city and then the type of equipment that we're operating today. So in that analogy, using it, you know, in the analogy using it, it would depend on, again, the length of the highway and whether or not you're driving a Chevrolet or a BMW. So our costs right now, I talked this over with Brian. Our company, the size of our company, we're rural Illinois, we could probably implement IP providing, and this does not include anybody on the opposite end of our spectrum, this is the trunking in between and our switchboard, we're looking at about $100,000 to implement IP into our system. But again, I just want to caution everybody that you know, depending on what highway and what kind of car you're driving, that number could vary significantly.
Yeah, and absolutely. I mean, that's just for the switching facilities. Then you've got perhaps 6 figures a year for the stir shake-in capability, and however IP interconnection turns out. That's a heck of a lot of money for a 3,500 line company. And I think Dave's fairly representative of our overall membership.
And I would add in only that from a cost, is the C word cost is always going to be a thing that causes CEOs to go. Usually it's the first question, quite frankly, as it relates to technology-related items, because most of us can't grasp the technology side, so we just want to know what is it going to cost. However, we also do care about the technology. We care about our customers, but the question is, as Dave mentioned for his organization, the same would be true for mine, is this is not anticipated to be something that we will recover this cost from our customers or our users. And so it will be an expense, and that's okay. That we have that with other items, but we have a pretty limited base to which we can spread this expense across. And to some degree, whether you are a 2,000, 20,000, or 200,000 customer company, the cost might be pretty close to the same regardless of which size you are. And the math gets pretty fuzzy when you're trying to divide that among 2,000 or even 20,000 customers. So cost will be an issue, but I can't specify it yet.
Rob?
So I'll try to answer it slightly differently. So cost is a key part of the problem here. So while we have different deployment options, cloud, on-prem, different kinds of deployment options, different kind of pricing models, CapEx versus OpEx, there are different ways to slice and dice the problem. There are other ways we are looking at. We've been working with a few smaller companies to just bounce back ideas. There are other ways to do this as well, is using a consortium type of model where not every single small company does their own stir shake, and there is a group of cooperative, almost like a group of companies that come together and they subscribe to the service, and the volume tracker kind of gets you the discount, right? So there are different ways to slice and dice. We have seen more traction with the cooperative model where there are a bunch of companies coming together.
Can I just add one more thing to that? I won't repeat everything Ram said, but I agree with everything there. But another thing is just to say that you don't necessarily have to upgrade the entire network to IP. As, you know, we've designed the solution so that it's, and this is the way stir shaking is architected, and generally where we're seeing the industry going is that the calls can be signed on the edge of the network, and it doesn't really matter. I think the lady from AARP earlier was asking about, does this work for people with copper lines? Absolutely it does. It doesn't matter whether it's a copper line up to their house, whether it's fiber, whether it's wet string, whatever it is. You only need to upgrade a certain portion of your network to IP to actually get all of that benefit. So you can encapsulate, you can ring fence the cost a bit there.
Can I quickly touch on the previous one, if I can? The attestation C, that's a very key point for a lot of these customers. One thing we have seen is, yes, we need to look at that more carefully in terms of how we display that to the end customer when there's an attestation C, but also the analytics piece of this. You know, we have our partners from Newstar here, a couple of folks here. So what we're looking at is holistically looking at analytics, not just using the attestation and the origination ID, but using multiple parameters. Attestation is just one of them, right? So we cannot just use that as the be-all, end-all. So we want to use that as one of the parameters, but we want to use crowdsourced data, like the previous panel, Haya was here. Crowdsourced data is one data point. We want to look at all the CNAME queries going into the cloud. That's one data point in terms of signaling. And we as Ribbon are uniquely situated in the network. We are in the network looking at all types of signaling, all types of media going through the network. So we're situated right there. We can look at CDRs, we can look at media, we can look at TDOS, short duration calls. All of this data kind of feed into the analytics engine, and kind of, the big data is crunching, and the attestation is just one parameter. But we got to get better at that, and it's more learning as we go on. So I would suggest that initially, as we're looking at this, attestation should not be the only parameter we look at, and kind of roll it out slowly. And once the analytics get better, then we can really say it's a check mark or a cross mark. So.
I'd like to ask a question this morning. I think we can say the first panel, there was a great takeaway about collaboration and working together. Everybody would like ubiquitous deployment of Shake and Stir. How would you like to see your role in the collaborative efforts that everyone wants to do for this deployment? I don't know if Brian, you would like to talk about NTCA perhaps.
Yeah, I think we could have a role in helping our members testing. I think we've had a significant role with the STIGA. I went to my board and asked for a lot of money to fund that, more money I thought they would give me. But yeah, so we like to work on the testing issue, and the way we came together with the CATA working group to collaboratively creating the entire governance structure very, very rapidly, by the way. Can we all come together as an industry and sort out that interconnection issues, and maybe ways to make solutions like out-of-band Shake and Stir work? I mean, I think that's going to require collaboration on the industry. And then, of course, the caller ID display issue, I think we all need to kind of be on the same page about how it's going to look on a consistent basis, how we're going to educate customers so we're not confusing them, and just how it's going to, it would be great if it looked the same on everybody's phone. I think but that's something we all need to figure out how that's going to work.
I think, again, as this wheel starts to develop, from the larger carriers, I think the smaller carriers, I presented actually an ATA slide presentation, thanks to Brent and Tom, and to the Illinois Telephone Association. And there was a lot of questions after, actually quite a few. It was the general session of the annual meeting, and so there's a lot of interest in it. And quite frankly, it's quite interesting and quite new. And I would say personally, I attend a lot of the events that within the last 9 months to a year, that there's just been a lot of interest. And prior to that, everybody had probably the same thought process, and we received the same complaints, numbers of complaints about it. So I'm going to say that there is now a newfound interest from the industry, and I'm very optimistic that we will be working together to come up with a solution.
Yeah, just to say that, as I mentioned at the beginning, that I think as a vendor we have a very important role to educate our customers. We spend a lot of time doing webinars and so on. But one of the most kind of pleasing aspects of this this unfortunate situation with the robocalls, I think, is how everyone has come together. And we obviously we are working with we're a vendor. We're working with other vendors who we're in competition with, but we all show up to the ATIS meetings to help inform the standards bodies. We show up to the SIP forum. there's a lot of information being shared between us, as well as, at the same time we're competing with each other. So I think we've all come together, and we're all in the same boat ultimately.
I would just say I think it's a layered approach. I think in the first panel we heard stir shaken is kind of the first stepping block, and then we get into analytics and fine tune that and so on. But just with stir shaken, it's a low hanging fruit. We're going to cut down a lot of the robocalls, the spoof calls at least. We're going to cut that down. It depends on the number of carriers implementing stir shaken, but that's kind of the low hanging fruit. But from that point on, obviously you plug one hole and the robocallers are going to find something else, right? So we're going to look at analytics and fine tuning that, and that's going to be the next kind of realm that we get into. So it's going to be a layered approach, but the first step is to get more carriers to sign on into stir shaken and then grow from there.
Good. And actually, since I've got everybody here, I've heard a few times, 100,000 or tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, or 100,000 to upgrade, and then 100,000 per year to operate. Is that?
That's one estimate I got from one vendor for a stir shaken solution.
Jim, I think you might have an answer for that.
I actually didn't have a chance.
And I'm sure that the other guys might have a comment as well.
So cost, there's going to be a cost, but I think, you need to, signing a SIP identity token is not a big deal. It's not very expensive. Verifying is even cheaper. So if you're just looking at implementing shaken, it's just not that much cost. And these guys talking about taking it to the cloud, it can be very affordable. Yeah, I tell you what, the harder part is, your policies, I got my telephone number inventory. What are the attestation policies should I sign? We're seeing that people, that's kind of hard. A lot of carriers or customer providers don't have a good grip on that. And we've talked about the network, upgrading it to support shaken and stir. Shaken and stir by itself, I don't think that's expensive. It's all the kind of other things that go with it that are really good practices that you kind of would think people ought to do anyway. So that's my 2 cents. So it's an implement shaken and stir does not break the bank from our perspective, but there's a lot of work to be done. So I'll leave it at that.
I'd just say, Brian, put that person in touch with me. We'll offer you
That's
a
right.
price. Seriously, I agree completely with what Jim was saying. A lot of it is down to how much you have to upgrade in the network. The ongoing cost of stir shaken itself is actually pretty low.
Well, I would just like to ask, we heard from Brent about the governance authority, the policy administrator, their certificate authorities. Do you see that as being helpful for your implementation, or are there steps that you would look for them to? I know some of you are on the board and have worked very hard on the governance authority, but is there anything in particular that you would like to see from the governance authority to help small service providers for your next steps?
I mean, I honestly, I can't think of anything bad to say or anything that I think they could be doing. I mean, this has moved so quickly. I was on that CATA working group. We laid out that timeline. I thought it was overly aggressive, and I thought, oh my God, we're never going to be able to do this. And we have. Linda has been a taskmaster moving us along, and the RFP task force turned into a huge nightmare of a time suck, but of course, Randy Ryan from Comcast did all the really hard work. We have moved so quickly, and of course, they've been always available to collaborate with us on ideas about how small carriers can deal with this. I mean, I just think the FCC should be extremely pleased about how quickly the industry is moved along, and if we could solve that IP interconnection issue for my members that Denny talked about, then you would go a long way towards getting my guys there. You'd also get buy-in on issues like nationwide number portability and clear the decks on a lot of the other IP transition issues.
I made a list, and I apologize for looking down. I'm very passionate about this. So there's been a lot of work done from the GA side, and it's miraculous in the amount of time that we've had. We've set targets and goals. We've hit our targets and goals. I've been a part of this, and at some points in times, being on this board, I've thought this is impossible, and it's not. I mean, the group is amazing, and we couldn't have done it without Addis. They've done a terrific job. We have a very diverse board, and the diversity really, I think, adds to what's happened here. Everybody's very passionate about it, and we bring a lot of different scenarios and our backgrounds to this board. So we need to continue to communicate our needs and our desires first and foremost, everybody, industry, FCC. I was talking to Linda this morning, and we need to concentrate on the very bad first. So, and in that, the success of this is going to depend on the PSTN, or Public Switch Telephone Network, the access entry point. So if we concentrate on that first, I think we can mitigate a lot of this and make it a whole lot better than it is while we continue to develop this platform. Our thought process was to get this up and to hit all of these targets and get it to the point where IP is talking to IP. And we have gotten there, and we've done it very successfully. And from now, we're just going to do building blocks. And that's what this panel is about. And I think this discussion alone is going to enhance that. Another thing that I would say from probably the governmental side or administrative side, to communicate with other countries to make sure that we have compatible networks. We've had some discussions with other countries, but that would also be a huge help, I think, in moving forward. So again, this is a work in progress. I'm very optimistic that we will get there, even the small carriers.
So we do have some questions from the studio audience. And I just saw Brent walk by. Don't go far. In fact, Brent, why don't you come on up, because the next ones are going to be for you, and everybody. The question we got was, how big of a problem will TDM in the middle be? And on the one hand, we've talked a lot about TDM interconnect, but I wanted to take this opportunity, if Jim, you could give a very high-level overview of STIR out of band. And by the way, I just saw the notice that STIR out of band is about to be published as an informational. Yeah, I know. But if you could give just like a high-level description.
Sure. So out of band is, I guess it's been out there for a while. The folks at the IETF dreamed it up, and it's such a great problem solver. It's so simple. You sign a call before it leaves a network, and you put the token in band, and off it goes, and all these problems you've heard about. Out of band is you send it directly to the verification service at the destination network. So that token can go in band through the signaling and get to the verification, or you can send it straight over the internet, and it can be verified. It's the same process. The logic is the same. How it gets there really doesn't matter. It's just, we told our customers about it, they said, this solves all my problems. It really works well. It may not be the only way to go, but it's this looking for creative and new solutions is, I think we need to focus on that, because it'll be, Kenny, I think several of y'all said maybe 10 years before we have an all SIP network. And while you're waiting for that network, if you don't have shaken, all this bad traffic is going to narrow down on these small guys that are left out of the side of the trust anchor. So that's it.
Thanks.
Well, thank you, Brent, for coming back. Appreciate it. And please, anyone else, please comment on this question. Is there any progress in collaboration with Canada for exchanging North American STIR shaken calls? And will it involve a different GA and PA? Is that something that has come up, or is it an issue in the future? Okay.
Would you like me to elaborate?
Well, you don't have too much time.
Right. Right. Yeah, absolutely. And it's really work that's being done in the IPNNI and the SIP Forum Addis IPNNI task force right now. There's a proposal called cross-border shaken, which, yes, would require Canada specifically right now to have their own GA and PA, but would allow for coordination and sharing of the certificates between the PAs, so that carriers in the U.S. that have implemented STIR/SHAKEN could validate certificates that they get from calls coming from Canada that have been authenticated, and vice versa. So yes, there's progress on that. It's not ready to roll yet, but there's a lot of good work going on, and actually Addis's own Jim McHeckern is kind of behind that effort. So yeah, we're fairly familiar with that.
Yeah, there's some crazy people editing that document. Are one of the questions, and we heard also earlier today, are there rules defined for who gets to get a certificate?
Soon. We are actually working on that. That's one of the items that is on the timeline for the STIGA Technical Committee and the board to approve. So yes, we're working on that. Hopefully we'll have that done fairly soon.
Okay, good. And actually, and maybe while we've got everybody here, we were talking about pooling resources. And I understand in Canada, a couple of carriers had gotten together. Do any of you know about that and can talk to that? Or?
Not related to that. I mean, we have been involved with some local testing in terms of using local certificates, but not carriers coming together.
Okay, all right, good, thanks. I think, is that, that's all the questions we have from, very good, okay.
Well, just if anyone had anything to wrap up or anything else they'd like to contribute.
Now's your chance.
We haven't covered it all.
Stay tuned, we're on track.
Just a closing comment. So as vendors, the industry standards bodies look at this, I think we just need to keep in mind that this is an evolving area. I mean, there's just going to be more development here. So the more flexible we keep the solutions and implementations, not really hardcore, if you know what I mean, just keep it as flexible as possible. So as we go forward, we don't know what we need at that time. And there are ways that robocallers can figure out, using a different, trapdoor or backdoor to get back in. So the more flexible we keep it and more interoperable we keep it, we've seen a SIP in the past 20 years. It was supposed to be interoperable, and we know what happened. So interoperability and flexibility is key in my mind based on early testing we've done. So something that people should keep in mind as they go forward.
And then I've just been saying this a lot. To remember that STIR/SHAKEN is not the silver bullet. It's not going to solve everything we have to do. I mean, law enforcement needs to find a way to cooperate with Traceback and go after some of these bad actors. And, not every robocall is illegal. There are a lot of unwanted legal robocalls. People get calls from debt collectors. People inadvertently give permission to people to upsell them products when they buy something. They consent to it. It's buried in the terms and conditions, and they don't realize it. And we need to be very careful as an industry to not oversell to our customers. You're never going to get a call you don't want anymore. There still is the other things that maybe the commission could take care of. Maybe Congress needs to step in and amend the TCPA. And then finally, but on that note, the chairman has done a great job of tackling these issues and pushing the industry to get this governance structure up and running, and he should be commended for that. Thank you.
I agree with that. I'd also like to thank all of the members of the STIGA board. Tremendous amount of effort, a lot of time put into that, and Addis as well. We couldn't have done it without them. We couldn't have gotten to this point. So, and the FCC, and going back to our networks, our smaller networks, I've been doing this for 41 years, and the networks just continue to be enhanced and enhance even more, and this will just be an initiative that will help us do so maybe sooner than we probably would have done it in the past. So, and again, thank the FCC chairman, for his interest in moving this forward.
Well, great. Well, thank you so much for your participation and for your valuable contributions on the challenges that the smaller carriers are facing and how we can all work together to overcome them. So thank you so much. Can we thank our panel?
So we are going to take a brief.
I think everyone's
we
here.
did. Everyone's here. So we're not going to take a brief break. So you're going to do your next job.
Oh, right. No, I think at this point we are going to wrap up the summit with a fireside chat from 3 of our bureau chiefs. And so I guess I will start with my bureau chief, Chris Monteith, chief of the Wireline Competition Bureau, and Patrick Weber, chief of the Consumer and Governmental Affairs Bureau, and Rosemary Harold, chief of the Enforcement Bureau.
And we'll moderate to keep them out now.
Thank you very much, Heather and Eric. That was a very interesting panel. The entire day has been very interesting. And I want to start with some thank yous. I want to thank all of our panelists for sharing their time and their expertise to this really important issue. I know I can speak personally for myself that I've learned a lot from today. It's been very encouraging. So we'll get to some of those observations, but I do want to thank everyone for participating. Thank you for members of the in the audience for hanging in here with us. Hope you found it as productive as we did. I also want to thank the FCC staff. As I'm sure you can appreciate, it is a lot of work to put together an event like this and to have it to go off as smoothly and as successfully as I think today's event did. So from the Wireline Competition Bureau, and you'll have to bear with me because I am going to read their names. Alex Espinoza, Anik Banoons, CJ Ferraro, Jordan Reth, Meg Schum, Kelsey Fayer, Rebecca Chambers, Spencer Reeves, Lisa Holm, Pam Arluck, Heather Hendrickson, Matt Collins, and not from the Wireline Competition Bureau, our CTO, Eric Berger. From CGB, Edward Bartolome, Jerusha Burnett, Karen Schroeder, and Deandra Wilson. I am sure I am overlooking some, Rosemary, from your staff to.
Yes, Christy Thompson, Parl Desai, and Lisa Gelb.
And did I miss anyone, Patrick, from your staff?
I think you got everybody.
Okay, great. And so thanks to all those folks for their hard work on today's event. It really was a team effort, as you could tell, and they did an outstanding job. Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. And as the chairman said, this project overall has been a team effort. And we decided to end today's event with just this short observations from the three of us. And you may say, well, why Consumer and Governmental Affairs, Wireline Competition Bureau, Enforcement? We're just a part of the team, but we each have a role to play in trying to attack this very daunting task of ending robocalls, ending fraudulent and unwanted calls, and protecting the integrity of the network, protecting American consumers. So we'll just spend just a minute each or so talking about what our respective roles are. From WCB, the Wireline Competition Bureau, we're the primary policy-making bureau that works on wireline issues. And one of our biggest priorities is protecting the integrity of the numbering system and the network as a whole. We oversee all of the numbering work within the agency. The Nancy is within our portfolio of work. I know many of you participate in the Nancy. The Nancy's work is incredibly important, and on this issue in particular did an outstanding job. And I, too, recall seeing the Nancy's report and the timelines associated with the rollout of Shake and Stir, and I am so impressed with how y'all have met that timeline, or exceeded in some instances, so thank you very much for that. Spoofed robocalls really make consumers lose trust, not only in numbers, but in the entire telephony infrastructure. So we've been very focused on that, and Shake and Stir, while not the silver bullet, as you've heard, is a game changer in terms of getting consumers to trust their phones again. We've heard today about some of our other efforts, and my colleagues will also talk about our other efforts. And you may have seen Chairman Pai's blog yesterday. But today, we are releasing a related item, an item that complements what we're doing here. It will be on the Commission's August agenda, and if adopted, would expand the Commission's rules regarding malicious caller ID spoofing to prohibit a broader array of practices, including practices originating overseas. So we remain vigilant and on the job, and we're very committed to this overall effort. And now I'll turn it over to Patrick.
Thank you, Chris. I want to start by thanking everyone as well, all the participants and panelists in today's event. A lot of hard work, as Chris mentioned, has gone into this effort so far, and as we've heard, there's a lot more to do. I appreciate everyone's continued efforts to make this important consumer protection tool, Shaken and Stir, a reality. While we won't get there alone, the partnerships that we've developed over the last few years and that have been strengthened by today's event are essential to our collective success. I agree with the sentiment expressed by a number of people today. In the end, we're all working together to ensure that bad calls aren't passed on to consumers. CGB's role has been fairly significant in the Commission's multi-pronged approach to combating illegal robocalls and spoofing. In addition to leading key policy and rulemaking actions, we are the consumer interface for these topics through our outreach, education, and complaint teams. We released the Commission's first robocall report in February and noted that consumers don't distinguish between types of robocalls that they are getting. They simply just view them as unwanted. And as we heard today, Shaken and Stir and the tools that build upon it have the potential to help consumers better identify legitimate calls that they want and those that they should avoid. We also heard today, Shaken and Stir implementation will empower analytics models to better block calls before they even reach a consumer. As some of our panelists mentioned, Haya shared this morning, scam calls can mirror legitimate calls in the tactics used and the traffic patterns used. So it's all about getting the consumer to answer the call for scammers. Shaken and Stir attestation can certainly help in this regard. AARP and others have shared with us just how important it can be to prevent a scam call from reaching the consumer. And First Orion shared that scammers are really good at targeting victims and social engineering. Services like eCNAM, as discussed earlier today, are another way Shaken and Stir data can be used to provide consumers with real-time information and empower them to better manage their calls to avoid answering a scam call. I was encouraged to hear about some of the creative solutions and approaches taken that are available to smaller and legacy carriers to ensure that their customers will also benefit from Shaken and Stir technology. Regarding what other efforts CGB has been doing, as Chairman Pai mentioned, last month the Commission adopted a call blocking item that empowered voice service providers to block unwanted calls by default based on reasonable call analytics, as long as their customers are informed and have the opportunity to opt out of the blocking. We heard from some of our panelists today that call blocking by default is preferable. Consumers generally don't opt in, even to beneficial services. Our June call blocking item also sought comment on whether the Commission should create a safe harbor for providers using Shaken and Stir to block calls that are maliciously spoofed so that caller ID cannot be authenticated, and for providers that block unsigned calls. We look forward to receiving comments on these issues. In addition, in June 2020 and again in June 2021, we will issue reports as directed by the call blocking item that examine the state of deployment of methods to eliminate illegal calls, including call blocking services, Shaken and Stir implementation, and the cost of these services, if any, to consumers. And I'm encouraged that one major voice service provider has recently announced plans to implement call blocking services free of charge to their customers on an opt-out basis as a result of the Commission's June call blocking item. And I'm hopeful that others will do so as well. I'll mention a couple other things that CGB is involved in. We're obviously involved in education of consumers. We think it's critical that we as government, industry, consumer groups continue to work together on education tools and display information, including blocking tools and other consumer call management tools. And another takeaway for me for today was the important role that Shaken and Stir technology will play in combating spoofing, the main focus of our outreach and education efforts over the last 18 months. Earlier today, we relaunched our spoofing guide in our online consumer help center. And we also recently created a short animated video that explains spoofing to consumers. You can find both at fcc.gov/consumer. And as Chairman Pai has repeatedly mentioned, unwanted calls are our top consumer complaint, and our top consumer protection priority. Our Consumer Complaints Center received over 230,000 unwanted call complaints in 2018. I want to continue to encourage consumers to file unwanted call complaints with us, either through our web portal at fcc.gov/consumer or on our toll-free number 888-CALL-FCC. Our Consumer Complaints Center plays a very active role in combating robocalls. For each submission we receive from a consumer, the consumer receives educational material from us, including tips on how to avoid robocalls and to prevent being scammed. The data also helps us to spot trends and informs our policy work. We also release our unwanted call data to the public. The data is updated daily and is used by third-party developers in their robocall blocking and labeling applications. And of course, we share all of our call complaints with the Enforcement Bureau for potential investigation and enforcement. And there's somebody sitting to my right who knows a lot about that.
I do.
I will turn it over to Rosemary.
Thank you. I want to start by thanking the industry in particular for all the help you have given us. We have the most pleasant, jolly, enthusiastic, one might even say addicted group of enforcement people going after robocalls that you could possibly imagine, led by the fabulous Christy Thompson, who's over there in the corner there. They really love their work. And unfortunately, we do have a target-rich environment, as we all know. And as many people have said throughout the course of the day, and who usually talk about this, the same point comes up, this is a multifaceted problem, and it's going to require multifaceted answers and responses. But from the enforcement perspective, that's a good thing. Why? Because we want the bad guys, as we call them, to be guessing. We want them to not know, but wonder, am I being traced by the traceback group? Am I being looked at by the FCC or the FTC or the Department of Justice or a state law enforcement entity? We are working collaboratively to share information and support other law enforcement entities at the same time that we do our own investigations. But the stuff that we get from the industry and the information that we get from consumers is very important. As Patrick mentioned, I want to encourage in particular individuals who get calls to go ahead and take a few minutes and give us your information through the CGB portal. By the way, when I came back to the commission to take this job 2 years ago and got issued my brand spanking new FCC phone, the first call I got on it was, in fact, a robocall, of course. And so I entered it into the system. And you may not hear from the Enforcement Bureau if you enter into the portal the information that we need, but we really do go looking through that to try to see if we're able to spot trends, to try to see if we can look at, oh, there's a lot of activity in this state. Oh, there's a lot of activity around this message. What's going on here? Then we can work collaboratively with the traceback group, also with other industry players. We get tips from carriers. We get tips from communication service providers of one sort or another that notice problems on their network. A couple of our biggest robocall cases, in fact, or spoofing cases really, came from a paging service that serves doctors and hospitals, and their system was getting flooded. And we were able to, with the help of the traceback group, find a couple of the bad guys who were causing the problems. And just in case anyone is wondering what we mean, at least in the Enforcement Bureau, about traceback, it doesn't refer only to the actual physical connections from network to network. For us, it's the legal process of tracing back subpoena by subpoena, starting with the first carrier who served the person who got the call with questions that they answer under oath, essentially, and let us know, where did that come from? And if we didn't have the cooperation of the industry, it would take a long time. Because as you in the industry know, it's not as if communications travel only over one or two networks. There can be lots of different hops. And the more hops there are, the more subpoenas we might have to do. One of the things that the traceback group, the US Telecom group, has been very helpful with for us is that we can talk to them immediately and they can facilitate a faster way of identifying different entities that might be involved in a particular case for us. And that's been terrific. So thank you so much for your support on that. We're excited about Stir Shaken as well. We think that the technology and the data analytics that come out of it might help us speed that process up even more. So We also would be happy to talk to anyone in the industry who might want to figure out how they can help us or we can help them. We're always interested in hearing more about technological tools that are being developed that would help us figure out when and where we might need to get some education about what we can use to help in our own enforcement efforts. So it's great to see people talking. It's great to see everybody pretty much on the same side of the table, so to speak. That doesn't always happen, as we know, but it makes life good and fun in some ways because we can get stuff done.
So thank you, Patrick and Rosemary. So just turning to kind of overall themes that we saw from the day's discussions. It was a very positive discussion, in my view. There was commitment across the ecosystem, the providers, vendors, consumer groups, to fighting robocalls, to working together to make Shake and Stir a part of the solution. And cooperation has been key. We heard that again. Cooperation is key to getting this done. Through the governance authority, to the individual carriers, to the vendors, consumer groups, all cooperating, all with an aim towards a common shared goal. We heard cooperation from large major carriers to smaller or regional carriers, and all wanting to be a part of the solution, but wanting to work with each other, whether it's through testing or, trying to work out bugs in standards. I'm not the technical person, so, but, work that out, recognizing that the standards may be evolving, you have to test it in your network, and make sure that, you're not introducing issues into your own network. So that was a very positive thing. We heard loud and clear from the last panel that the smaller providers want to participate. They also want to be a part of the solution. There may be some workarounds for them. There may be some options or solutions that they will pursue in the short term and over the longer term. And I don't want to, my fellow panelists here or colleagues will have some observations too. I think also we heard from the first panel that the major carriers have made progress. They're on target. They expect to hit the end of 2019 deadline. They've prepared their networks. They're starting to exchange, if they haven't already, will be soon, exchanging some traffic. So that's great. And another message that came through to me was start now, don't wait. Sort of small steps. Start to take those small steps. And the small steps will get you going down the path. Patrick or Rosemary?
I think one of the things that struck me was, or that I got education about in the first two panels in particular, is that the way that Stir, Shake, and will work, and has already started to work, will bring other folks on board. So it's not surprising, obviously, that it started with the larger telcos, larger carriers, and that others are joining now. But there's almost a network effect, if you would, with respect to both adoption of the technology, but also bringing people into the fold to continue talking about this stuff, whether it is directly going to help me and my enforcement folks or be a complete private technological solution or some combination of both. I'm encouraged by the fact that just because everybody's not on right away doesn't mean that it's not going to be good and that it's going to get better over time as more and more people connect in.
Yeah, I agree. That was another good takeaway for me as well. I also, regarding consumer, kind of the consumer-focused part of the discussion, the display, if it's going to display something for Shaken and Stir, it's very important that consumers understand what that means. We heard from a couple of our panelists that have done their own studies that showed sort of conflicting data, I think, when it comes to what a consumer sees. If a consumer just sees that a number is authenticated, that may not mean much to a consumer. If a consumer gets a little more information, along with that, that may make the difference between the consumer being able to make a good decision on whether or not to answer that call and whether or not they can kind of trust that the call is who they say they are. We also heard that, I think it was the devil incarnate could be an authenticated, have their own number and be an authenticated, validated call. It's still a bad actor, so that's a challenge as well. And the reverse of that, the converse of that is, your grandmother or your mother calling from a rural or remote area could be a number that's not validated or authenticated, and you certainly want to answer that call if it's not from a number you recognize. So there were some great discussions, I think, and some interesting things that we learned and that we continue to talk about. I think this is certainly an iterative process, and as we've all said, a multi-pronged approach. Shaken and Stir is definitely a critical component there. So I definitely look forward to continuing these discussions.
Another important point it struck me was that we talked oftentimes in terms of, ubiquitous deployment. And I thought it was a very important point. One of the panelists noted that, yes, that's the goal. We'll get there, hopefully. But the fact that we're not there now doesn't mean we shouldn't implement Shake and Stir now. And that wherever Shake and Stir is implemented together with the analytics, it will have a positive impact for consumers. And again, recognizing there's no silver bullet or magic bullet, I think I heard one panelist use, but that's not a reason not to get behind Shake and Stir and work aggressively to make sure we do this on behalf of American consumers. I thought that was a very important point. Other thoughts?
Well, as the Enforcement Bureau Chief, I can't tell you a thing about what we're actually doing right now. But I can say that we have a few things in the works. So you should look forward to the next few months.
So we'll just end by, again, thanking everyone for being here. This is a collaborative approach. We very much appreciate all of your efforts. We're standing there with you. And I think together we're going to have a powerful impact on the dreaded robocalls. So safe travels, and thank you for being with us today.